Hey! Hello, everyone! And welcome back to Fate's End, a homebrew Dungeons & Dragons game driven by fate. I will be your tale weaver for the evening. As you can see again, Christian isn't on screen at the moment, but we've been told he will be on later, so he'll pop in. I want to, of course, shout out do our shout outs and our partners real quick. We want to shout out Tabletop Audio at tabletopaudio.com for the ambiance that we use in our shows from time to time. All of this audio is amazing and completely free to use in your own shows, but please consider supporting Tim on Patreon so he can continue to make amazing sound sets. We currently support him and encourage you to do so as well. I think Daniel's taking care. Yep, he's got it on lock. That is amazing, Daniel. Thank you so much. We want to shout out our partners. Of course, Nine Realms Gaming, our partner, who is also a major partner in our Kickstarter that's going on right now, which I will get to in just a moment. They create top-notch gaming accessories from the finest woods this realm has to offer. They make dice trays, dice vaults, hero vaults, dice towers, all gorgeous. And if you want to grab some epic game gear, you can visit their website at ninerealmsgaming.com and use our exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off. We also want to shout out DICEY Encounters. DICEY Encounters make gorgeous handcrafted dice for the most dicey of encounters. They make standard sets, chonky dice, magnets, and singles. And if you want to grab a set of those glittering gems, head over to diceencountersdice.com and use our exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off your purchase. We also want to shout out Sirenscape for the ambient sounds and music that we use in their online player. And we also use their sound sets from time to time as well. If you want to follow us on social media, you can use Command Socials to check out Ink and Lyre on all our social channels. Or if you want to follow the cast, you can use Command FateCast, and you can follow the entire cast here of Fate's End. You can also subscribe to us on YouTube to catch up on all of our shows. So, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is I'm a liar. The good news is there's actually one founder enamel pin left. I thought we only had one left, our last giveaway. We had two, actually, for the last giveaway. So tonight we are actually giving away our very last founder enamel pin, which is right here. I'm so sorry that I led you all astray. I think I have it on. I can show you all what it looks like. You can't really see it because of the camera, and I don't have the autofocus on. Let me see if I can pop it on screen for you. There it is. Founder enamel pin. We only made 100 of these enamel pins as a kind of celebratory way of our creation of our Ink and Lyre channel. And we wanted to reward those who supported us early, so we made those pins. Daniel and I have signed those pins because I am the ink and Daniel is the lyre. And when we founded, that's kind of how all of that began. So this is, I'm not lying this time. This time I'm telling the honest to God truth. This is the very last founder enamel pin that we are going to be giving away. And once they are gone, they are gone. We will not be making any more. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the giveaway. You must be a follower to enter. And I'm doing this in our new OBS, so give me just a second here. Yes.
Danielle Lenoir did rename our stream Ink and Lyre. Like
Very clever, Danielle. Very clever.
Very appropriate.
Very appropriate for this moment of slip up on my part. Alright, I've gone ahead and I've opened up the giveaway. You can use Command Ticket or Command Loot to enter the giveaway. And that will be going on all stream. We'll announce the winner during break. Alright, go back to my announcements here. Huge, the most hugiest of announcements is there's just a reminder, guys, our Kickstarter is still going on. Zodiac is coming to Dungeons & Dragons, and the Stargazer's Guide to Aurora is a campaign setting for 5e that brings a unique Zodiac character build system, new races, subclasses, a robust world to explore. You can use Command Kickstarter. Check that out now. All of our early bird tiers are gone. All 1,000 of them are gone, and we are completely blown away. We love that we've had that much support, and it's amazing. And if you guys got an early bird tier, congrats. If you haven't, you can still back the campaign. But those are finally all gone now. Other than that, tonight, Samson is going to be recapping the last episode for us. So without further ado, and that being said, the time has come. Let's draw our cards for tonight's episode, Fate's End.
Oi! I guess I'll just let anybody in Barbucks these days. How you doing, friend? That's good to hear. Oh, me? No, nothing much going on here. But all of us, we've been hot on the trail for some leads for Uri's dad. And I'd say we're more committed to the cause than ever. Especially Praeria.
Praeria holds up her hand, and looks like she expects him to hold his up too. She touches the tips of her fingers to the tips of his fingers, and like a little light comes up between them. I will not leave you. I will find your father with you. I promise this. The light gets a little brighter, and it kind of circles around their hands and disappears.
Yeah, she got me with one of those too once, but she was much more malicious about it then. They were heading over to 628 Amber, where somebody was apparently trying to make a bomb.
You make your way, kind of looking through the window, and you do see a man kind of walking. He moves from where Urimir would have saw through into the next room, which, as you kind of like walk through, you do see like it looks like a chemistry set of sorts, like bottles and different kind of concoctions, different colors, just kind of like lining this kind of back area, which looks kind of like a little bit of like a workshop. This man's workshop.
They met a man named Horace. He's a little eccentric, but he and Prey really hit it off. Probably had something to do with their mutual love of plants. With Horace well distracted, Uri was able to sneak inside and discover their secrets.
You see these kind of like this arching plant that just kind of dangles, that looks like little spindly ghost petals that kind of like fade in and out of the ether as they just kind of sit there. And you geek out on plants, and Urimir, you slip inside.
Yes.
What are you looking for, my friend?
I am well, a couple of things. I'm looking for any jars or bottles or barrels of the nitric acid and the other stuff. I'm looking for if he has any like papers or journals laying around.
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
They eventually stole Horace's journal and discovered that the questionable bomb-making supplies had in fact been stolen, no doubt by Hush. Then, Uri almost got Prey blown up, but he had the perfect gift as an apology.
As soon as like they're out of like eyesight of the house, she's gonna like rip her hood off and like stand up. You almost got me exploded.
I brought you coffee.
Thank you. She just like chugs it all. It's like, he's very nice man, very paranoid.
Lou and I went to check out 428 Emerald to investigate far too many beans. We suspected the entry to be false, thought that we might find some nefarious materials on site. When I say we, I mean me, because Ludin wasn't exactly in a talkative mood.
As we're heading over to 428 Emerald, Samson's just like, so how you doing? How do you think we should do this? Okay, I get it, you're still mad at me. Well, if you're not gonna say anything at all, like, come on, we're not gonna be able to get through this. Fine. Whatever. You just listen to me, and everything's gonna be fine, okay? You just do what I tell you to, and we're gonna be alright, okay? Alright, the silent treatment, I get it. Alright, that's fine. Whatever.
All right.
And then we just keep walking.
You just keep walking.
Turns out, I was right, but also could not have been more wrong. It was a proposal. It was far more elaborate than anything Thalen would have come up with. God rest his soul. I just couldn't look away. It was so beautiful.
And Marcus just gazes up at the statue in awe with his hand over his mouth, and he's like, "What?" And then he kneels down, and he goes, "We've adventured together, and I'd like to go in a new adventure with you. Life. Will you go on that adventure with me?" And he's just like, "Yeah, yes, I will. I will."
I just drop invisible bird tears. Turns out, Marcus actually worked at or had access to the trade in and out of the city. William had to pay someone called Z to tell him that the marble was actually just beans. It was actually too much, but very sweet nonetheless.
William looks at Marcus and he goes, "You wouldn't imagine the lengths I went, you know. I had to tell Zini I was ordering 8,000 pounds of beans so that he wouldn't mouth off. I couldn't let the secret get out. I had to make sure that nobody would know, and that you're so hard to surprise, Marcus. You're absolutely so hard to surprise." And they're brought like some wine, and they start drinking together and discussing like his elaborate plan and how long he had been planning this.
While all this was happening, Finn was enjoying a date with Hesperis, and Hesperis was trying not to be as uncomfortable as possible. They were walking along the oasis when they decided to commit a petty crime.
This poor lady. Okay, so Finn just like sticks out his tongue, holds out his hand, and goes, and like moves hopefully enough force for a wave to at least go over her. He doesn't want to do like a gigantic wave and take her down, but he wants to do enough to maybe like that it goes over her head.
Okay.
She's so cool stepping on water.
You send a like just over her head and just drench her completely from head to toe. She loses like she's in the middle of like doing something, and she like it takes her off guard and she stops, and like the tent starts coming back down. There's a whole bunch of people underneath it, and they're just, like you see like it looks like you know a bunch of squirrels underneath a picnic blanket, and they're just like moving around.
It was amazing. No innocent bystanders were harmed in the blossoming of this relationship. Everything was going swimmingly, pun intended. But then Hesperis asked about Finn's age, and apparently he's much younger than she expected.
I'm 20.
20.
Yeah.
You're 20.
Yeah,
You're
which
20
is
years old?
yes, which is
You were raised
is
with
an
elves.
adult.
Yes, but you were raised with elves and you are 20?
Well, yeah. I mean, do you think we like age like in an advanced way or
Elves? Well, for elves, you are
oh, believe me.
very, very young.
Believe me, I know, okay? Like, I haven't heard that a lot.
I am more than twice your age, Finnalai. I am feeling weird in this moment.
Really?
20's plenty old enough for a half-elf. but I don't know how long it's gonna take Hesperis to see that, especially with how young Finn acts all the time. Anyway, we're heading out now to go find Cyprian and negotiate for some information. We've finally exhausted enough options, I suppose. Oh, you're gonna love this. Did I tell you what Hennevy and the Sparrowhawks discovered the other day?
You guys, all right, keep your heads down. Our intel heard word of an individual selling poisons on the street. Seeing as that doesn't follow the laws of Sable and the Alchemist Guild, I'd say our culprit is rather desperate. Perhaps they need the money to flee the city and escape Hush's grasp. Or perhaps it's a trap. They've been setting up over in that area over there. And she kind of points, Prey Arya, that's where you've been setting up! For the past 2 days! She points to the farmer's market-like stands, and that's where you've been setting up for the past 2 days. She looks at Ludin and she goes, Ludin, you or I could get closer, within range, and then the other can signal to use the darts of dreaming. One of you can make a distraction while we capture the culprit.
Yes, this is perfect. I'm on my way.
No! Honestly, I was so proud of them though for even finding that. I had no confidence in them. Excellent effort though.
Hello, dear viewers. Welcome back to Fate's End. All right. We rejoin our heroes as they commune with one another in the now canon Barbucks.
We'll never let it die.
I made a huge mistake by saying those words, and now they are forever here.
Mistake? I think you mean stroke of genius.
Yes.
Well, the time is yours as as we pull back in at the local Sable Barbucks.
We just went and looped in Cassius, right? Is that correct? He's with us now?
Yes.
Because he had his weird bench experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Is anyone going to mention that?
I mean,
Cassius, do you want anything to drink before we get started on anything serious?
I gave him my
Different.
drink, remember?
Oh,
It's half drink, but there's
Oh,
still
very
a
nice.
lot.
So sorry. But if anyone wants anything else, snack, or if we wanted to get dinner, I can cover anything.
Cassius maybe takes like 2 sips and but he just holds it and doesn't drink anymore because it's way sweet. It's way too sweet for him.
Yes.
Sorry, continue in response to Hesperis' question.
So stay here for some more snacks or dinner or wherever we might like to go to have a conversation about where we are at currently.
Or is it busy in here right now? Not really?
It's
It's the afternoon, right?
It's a Barbucks. It's always busy.
It's true.
it's like a tavern.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to have a conversation, I've always wanted to try that smoke stuff.
Like the hookah?
Yeah, that, I think.
You know what? That
I
is
think
a
that's
much...
a-
Yeah, that's a much more chill vibe. Let's go do that. Be a little quieter. You know, it's a little loud in here. Too much acoustic music, you know?
Smoke?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Sounds
I'll
like-
show
I
you.
think it's a
great.
great idea.
It's great.
Yes.
All right, so
I'm gonna, on the way out of the Barbucks, just very quietly just like message him. Does hookah make you high? Am I going to be high? Is this what hookah does?
I mean, maybe. We'll find out.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Oh, no.
So you make your way over to Alluring Embers. And I did not know you guys were gonna go here. Let me pull this up real quick.
Sorry.
I forgot what the name of the shopkeeper is, so give me just a second to pull it up. As you're walking.
Is this Kevin? No?
No.
Keevan's at the.
His name's like...
Oh
I
shit.
don't remember his name.
I'm pulling it up. Kepri.
Capri.
You all make your way over to Alluring Embers, and as you enter, those of you who have been here, you see the owner, Kepri, and you see that they have a pipe in their mouth, and they're kind of puffing on it. And as they do, those of you are very familiar with this who have been here. Those of you who aren't, this is all very new to you. You see again, seems very particular with this magical tobacco that he's been smoking. You see this smoky naval battle begins to slow down as it kind of moves around, and you see it's in this very rich kind of cobalt color. This smoke kind of swirls as these two ships are moving around, very Pirates of the Caribbean-esque, with this like swirling whirlpool, and cannon fire is going off, and as one cannon hits, one of the cannonballs hits the other ship, a puff of smoke comes off. And they just continue to swirl and fight. And as you walk in, looking up, he takes the pipe out of his mouth, and the smoke just kind of dissipates. And he goes, "Welcome back to Alluring Embers. Some of you are new. I am Kepri, artisan and extraordinaire for the finest aged brandies, enchanted tobaccos, incense, and enchanted pipes. How may I be of assistance to you all? Are you coming to see Kevin again? He is not here at the moment. Surprising, yes, I know.
That was the
Not-
coolest thing ever. Can we make anything out of the smoke?
There are different types that you may partake in, and each one does something quite different. I am happy to make suggestions based on your flavor palette.
You know what, Kepri? I don't know if we really know too much about all the various palettes or whatnot. Is there a place where we could, maybe sample a few different ones, perhaps, or like a common area, or a place we could get a private room just to hang out for a little while?
Of course. And we do sell other things as well. We sell incense, if you are interested in that. We also have private rooms for you to enjoy each other's company. So I can get you some kind of sampling. For the sample, that would be 10 gold.
Yep, we'll take that in a private room. Yep.
Of course. And you give him the 10 gold, and he goes, just right this way. And he leads you down kind of a hallway that kind of like branches out into different small like rooms with curtains. There aren't really doors here. That kind of like are between various archways into other kind of like divided off areas. The interesting thing about this is that each room is, very familiar to the rest of the decor that you've seen elsewhere, with plush pillows and no typical chairs, everything is just kind of laid out on the ground, but very comfortable. And he leads you into one room with a variety of different plush pillows, and and he brings in a dark, slick wooden box, and as well with some pipes as well for you all, and a hookah.
Thank you very much.
It looks like a giant I Dream of Genie bottle.
So how does this work?
It depends. Would you like pipe or would you like the hookah? And I guess both are. I don't smoke. I don't really know. Both of them are pipes.
Can we?
A hookah bar or place? We should do the hookah, right?
Yes, that sounds.
Win in Sable and all that.
Yes.
If I make the recommendation, this one is quite nice, and he kind of points to the leaves in the kind of wooden box that he's presented, and they seem to be like kind of a dark, similar to cobalt blue that you saw before, with mixes of purple and reds.
Well, I think we should start with the ship one that Finnalai was so interested in.
Of course. And I know I had a roommate who used a hookah, so I'm trying to remember how this is done. I think he fills the bottle and then places the embers, I think, on the top, some hot coals, and then he passes the pipes out to all of you. If it is your first time, I do recommend inhaling just a tiny bit. Otherwise, you may cough a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. And if you need anything else, do please let me know.
So much. Of course we will.
All right, and he will leave.
Urimir will grab one of the pipes and inhale.
The naval battle-esque one that he was smoking previously, magical hookah is very different. That's how I would imagine magical hookah would be. It feels very relaxing, and like as you kind of inhale, there's a lot of various scents and tastes. Like you taste salt water, you taste the kind of like damp wood from the deck of the ship. It's almost like experiencing what the smoke is, essentially. So you can taste all those different things. You smell the rainwater, you taste the salty water of the ocean, and like kind of like this kelpy seaweed-esque flavor. And as you kind of exhale, and like the ships begin to swirl in front of you all, and like the cannon fire, you kind of like, you can taste and smell the sulfur from the cannon fire a little bit.
It's like pirates.
Is it really?
Sounds like cannibalistic to me.
Like it makes you feel like a pirate, or it is in the spirit of piratism?
Yes. He'll offer it to Hesperis.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Ami, do you want to try some?
Oh, is he there with you guys? You brought him with
Yes.
you? Okay.
Yeah.
We did.
I mean, we
did not
didn't
know
leave
that.
him at the bar, but
We just left like, hey, Ami, we're gonna go do something entirely different, just not where you
Yeah.
are, and you can't come.
Cassius takes the pipe and he takes a deep breath, and then he exhales as well throughout his mouth. And you see another ship approach, and the more of you that inhale and exhale, more ships enter the battlefield of this naval battle that's ensuing.
I feel like Finn coughs too much and a rowboat comes out.
You see from Finn just this small little rowboat, and these two smoke-formed individuals in the rowboat frantically rowing to try to stay within, to try to like prevent themselves from going into the whirlpool, and like they're just like frantically trying to rub away.
Oops.
Yeah, Prayari's been watching all of this very curiously. She's never seen done anything like this. I feel like if she tried, she would just like take such a small inhale, like nothing would even happen. Like she's trying very hard to abide by the rules.
You have to inhale deeper, Prey.
But okay.
More.
Well, whatever you are comfortable with, of course.
Yes, it's meant to be relaxing, so go at your own pace.
But you should also make a really big ship.
Okay. So she will take like a very big inhale.
Oh god.
Oh my god, do you like fill your like like a huge filling your lungs?
Yes. Yep.
And you exhale?
She's like just all of it back out.
What ship emerges with this massive inhale of smoke? Is it like Davy Jones?
I feel like this ship has been in a couple wrecks. It's not great.
It's not. It
It's
shouldn't
like a
be
ghost
seaworthy.
ship. It should not. Just a haggard-looking ghost ship, just kind of drifts over
Just
ominously.
this ghost ship of drift, just kind of like it's not even like no one's at the helm. It's just kind of like creaking from side to side. Half of the mast is broken at the top, and it just begins to move.
Yup.
This is so
Did I do
cool.
it?
Yes, you did it. Look.
Great idea, Finn. This is awesome. So should we talk about I think those things we need to talk about, and some things we need to tell me, yes?
Quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Who wants to tell them?
I look at Finn.
Tell me what?
Well, you know the person that we talked about before that knows about you?
Yes, I do remember you mentioning that.
Well, we saw him today. And he was, Finn's looking at Samson as reason, like, confused. We saw him today, and he was visiting you. But you couldn't see him. But we could. I don't know why. Maybe he was invisible.
He's been following you.
If he was invisible, how could you possibly see him?
We're not completely certain. There are several theories. He is a very sneaky sort of man. He perhaps was doing some kind of spell, so specifically to be invisible to you. Or perhaps this is aftermath of something else. Maybe the same reason you cannot access your memories is the same reason you cannot see this person from your memories. We're not altogether sure.
Right, we do not know these things. What we saw, he did not appear to harm you.
He looked really sad.
Aye.
I think he misses you.
I'm sorry, that's me smirking.
All we know is that he claims to know you.
He does.
And we're not entirely sure what all that entails, but we know your memories are gone, and if this...
Well, they're not gone, they're just asleep, or like, when you say gone, there's like a shot of panic in his eyes for a moment, and he immediately corrects you, and he's like, they're not gone, they're here, they're just dormant.
Oh, apologize. I didn't mean to alarm you. I'm just saying, if you wanted to meet with this person, we're not entirely sure if we can trust him. But if meeting with this person can wake up some of those memories, then perhaps you want to meet with him. We would all meet with him.
Well,
If he knows how... What do you know about this individual? If he knows me, he must be incredibly old, or...
yeah, so... Yeah, he thinks he knows you. And, well, here's the thing, me, is we were thinking he wants to... He believes and thinks and wants to help Uri find his dad. You know, the whole reason we're here. And he says he can help us. And he says he knows you, but in order for him to help us, he wants a meeting with you. And I know he says he knows you, knows from back then. And I guess what we want to know is, do you want to meet him?
I would very much like to meet this individual.
Cassius, while you were writing in your journal today, were there thoughts coming into your head while you were doing it? Like a lot of thoughts? More than usual?
No.
Okay. I just figured maybe he was, talking to you, but you couldn't see him.
It was like... It's been like any other day I've ever had.
He's been
Nothing out of the ordinary.
He's been following us for some time now. Watching us. And we saw him watching you earlier. You didn't feel anything strange?
No.
Cassius, I feel like you're being very flippant about this. He knows you, but if I remember any of the stories correctly, not everyone was on your side, and you were fighting a lot of people. And so I don't want you to go into this knowing that, or believing, or thinking that he's 100% a friend. He probably is. We hope that he is. We think that he probably might be, but I don't know. I think it's more of a risk than you might be considering. Are you okay with that? I mean, what if he's not your friend? What are you gonna do then?
I guess I'll deal with it when we get there. I've thought about whether or not he would be my friend or a foe, whatever this individual is. And if he was a foe, I imagine you said he was watching me, and sounds like there were plenty of opportunities that he could have done something terrible to me.
I actually
Perhaps
have a theory about that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, he came to us before he came to you, Ami, and maybe for some reason he may need our permission to, or your consent. I'm not quite sure. Like I said, it's a theory, but again, he's approached us multiple times asking for an audience with you instead of coming to you directly. So maybe there's some sorts of magic keeping him from interacting with you. But like Samson said, we don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It could be something protecting you from him.
Have you talked to him about this yet? As to
Some of us have.
Apparently you
We
saw
have
him
seen-
and he saw
we-
you.
Finn.
We really kind of wanted to get your opinion. We can do anything we want with Cyprian, but
I think it would be good to know why.
I personally think he cares for you. And that's why he wants to see you. And there were things left unsaid when you last talked, when you last interacted. That's just the sense I got. And if he is an enemy, well, we'll be here. We'll help you.
Right. Part of why we wanted to ask you is Cyprian had certain wants. He wanted to meet you alone. But if you do not feel safe, if there is anything that you want, we would like to know it.
If I get the chance to meet this individual, I would feel better knowing that you were all nearby. I'm very curious as to why I can't see him. It does see, obviously some sort of magic that's causing it. I'm not sure what exactly. I think
that's a good question to ask him. When you guys get a chance to speak.
Yes.
Be a good thing.
If they do.
And on that topic, what was in my mind, and obviously I am open to suggestions and adjustments. I was hoping tomorrow, if Finnalai, you thought you might be able to get in contact with Cyprian again, we as a group might be able to meet with Urimir present as part of the conversation with Cyprian and discuss exactly what our working relationship would look like and under what circumstances he would be able to speak with you, Ami.
I think approaching it that way is very smart.
Plus, we could always send some iridium over to Horace's house. That's another option too, Ari. It'll take a lot longer, but because they got to figure out that it's there, and then they got to set up their operation. But a few days could go by, we might be able to get over there. It's really up to you, Ari.
We know they're after the Meridian. And we should at least see what it is Cyprian has to say. See what he knows. See if he can even help us. See if he's honest. And if he does prove himself useful, and I mean, if you're okay with it, then we let him meet you. Cautiously, of course. And he'll think back to the last time they let two NPCs meet back in the Cambria. And he'll think about Revenue for a second. And he'll say, but only if you're sure you want to take that risk.
Can't tell you how frustrating it is not to remember anything. And even if, perhaps it's foolish, but even if these memories this individual has, some sort of connection he has to me, even if they aren't good, it's better than nothing.
If it at all aids your heart, I do believe that the cards are in your hand, that whatever you choose, he will live with. Additionally, I was hoping to return to the library. I have a book to return, and perhaps if this figure is old enough to have been an acquaintance of yours, there might be writing on him, some research we could do, some folklore, maybe mythology of your relationship, to see if that might shed some light. If you would like to come to the library with me in the morning.
I think that would be good. Find out. I mean, it feels awkward looking for books about myself, but
There's got to be so many books about you, though.
Yeah,
Because
and
you're
that's-
really, really famous.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Just go to where all the books are about you, and then pose like longingly, and like wait for people to recognize you. Like it's so
Alright.
cool. It's what you do when you're
He kind of
famous, you know.
he kind of looks at Finn for a moment and he goes, I wouldn't have nearly as much as I knew about myself if it wasn't for you, Finn.
Well, we're going to find even more. So, just you wait. I'm sure there's like a whole encyclopedia section on you.
I'm gonna go by the market in the morning. So if we could keep this meeting in the afternoon, that'd be great. I'm gonna go by the market and order the Meridium anyway. I also got something I want to buy as well. So if we could do that in the morning, that'd be good. Or in the afternoon, you know, my schedule's full. You know.
Yes. Urimir, would you like to come to the library with Cassis and I in the morning?
Sure.
Excellent.
I guess I could go to the market with Samson.
Oh yeah, we're gonna spend some money. Go buy a shop. It's gonna be great.
And then, Prayare, you said you had some books to return of your own. Is that right?
She gives some Urimir a look. Yes.
I look at Finn to see if he's like super confused about returning books.
I mean, they're done with them, I guess. Whatever.
Finn is never
Return?
done with books.
Return?
Yeah, like, okay, I guess if you're done with your book.
It's like, okay,
You only
get
had it
third
like a day.
reread. What about fourth reread?
Exactly. But if you need it later and you don't have it,
But we don't need these anymore.
Well, I'm gonna smoke a little bit and have some fun, and I'm gonna order some of that whiskey, the bourbon, the brandy, the kind of the below average brandy that they sell here.
Right.
And I'm gonna order
The below
I'm gonna order-
average brandy?
Yeah, well, that's all they sell.
The non-fey brandy.
They have
No,
other
no.
brandy too, but
all of it's non-fade brandy. I order some of
It's all
that,
subpar.
you
Wait,
order the
we have
400-year aged maple brandy.
obviously.
It's
The
1,000
subpar
gold.
one.
It's 1,000 gold.
oh my god.
Ooh, how much money do we have?
No.
You
Samson,
no.
it is not necessary.
You
It
can
is
get
not
the
necessary.
50-year brandy for 30 gold.
We can get
I
like
don't think
the
that we
well
need
drinks.
Maybe we can like convince them we need it.
We
I
get
was going to-
whatever number of drinks come with the package we bought.
we get a
Like,
you
flight.
each-
We
Package
get a
we
flight.
buy.
You each get one drink
Yeah.
of the 50-year with your flight.
Good.
I also want to check out their incense. We don't have to have a whole scene, but I am just perusing what scents are local to the area.
Oh, you would find like cinnamon, summer rain, dust storm.
Dust. All right.
There's a variety of just different kinds of environment scenes that this incense kind of conjures up for you.
All right. Hesperis has one arch judgmental eyebrow, but she will purchase whatever the most interesting bundle of incense they have. Something.
Does anything catch your eye? Any kind of scene that might catch Hesperis' eye? I'm welcoming you to come up with one if you'd like.
I think what Hesperis is looking for is something that is very local to Sable. So either maybe something to do with either celebrating Frostway, that they appear they have a temple to, or the Oracle, or Dust Storm, if nothing else, because they've got a dirt stick that she's definitely judging.
You would be if you're looking for something like that, you would be able to find one that is very Frostwane with the koi fish. They would also have something other that would be local would be like a belly dancer one experience.
Well, She's getting the Frostwing bundle. Belly dance seems a little bit touristy.
It's a little bit too touristy for her.
But she'll get the little bundle of incense with the koi fish on it and tuck it into her boho bag that she carries around. Yeah.
Her free people bag. I think
Yes. Oh, she
or
loves
anthropology
free
bag.
people.
She loves
Yes.
free, no, she would be. She would shop at free people.
Free people slaps.
I know. Or
I agree.
I forget what the other one's called. It's like Earth something. But yes.
I don't know. I am not fashionable, but yes, I will purchase some of
Alright.
their incense.
You
How much is that?
For some incense, I have the price here. Give me just a sec. It would be 5 gold per bundle.
Thank you.
Hesperis, did you end up finding what you needed to in your book about, the Feywild and stuff?
I am actually going to be finishing it this evening. It turns out to mostly be things I already knew, summer reading sort of thing, but still interesting to check out.
Are you going to try and, find more books on it?
Most likely, yes. I always like to visit the library. Do I have to roll a deception on this? Or
I just realized I'm muted here, so.
'cause I am just basically lying to. Do I have to roll? Or?
If you're bold-faced lying, yeah.
Okay.
I would probably roll for deception then. I don't know if you're able
forge
to.
is
this, by the way?
frozen because my
Yes.
internet is terrible.
I don't think it's you
Yeah.
because the forge is actually down for me as well in
Okay.
2 different
And me
types
as
of.
well.
I think it's on their end. So
I have a
Yeah.
real die here that I will.
that will
roll.
work. We might have to roll from within D&D Beyond this evening if it doesn't come back up.
That's a 21 for a deception about how I'm enjoying
I
my
mean,
book.
Finn believes you wholeheartedly.
If
No,
you find
please
anything
enjoy.
interesting, can you bring it back so, I can read it too?
Yes, of course. Yes. What I'm looking for tomorrow, I think, will be very interesting mythologically. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Yes.
Maybe we could read it together and discuss it or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Like at the same.
I
get 2 copies of the same book, or we are.
It could be 2 or just 1, or we could exchange, or we could read it together. I mean, sometime it's whatever you want.
And she takes a drag of the hookah just as she goes.
I know, right? Just kind of like slowly turning, like.
No, that sounds very. Yes.
Yeah. Marketplace. Is that all we're getting is Meridium?
We're gonna order the horses, and then I gotta go get it. There was something I was looking to buy. It was an immovable rod. I'm just gonna go see if I can find one of those.
I think I have one of those.
You have an immovable rod.
Like on your person?
Here has everything.
Pretty sure. Oh, no, that's the unbreakable arrow I'm thinking of. I don't have an immovable rod.
Aw. It's so much faith in you.
That would've been so cool.
We have an
Wait.
immovable Ludum.
What do you need an immovable rod for?
What? What do you mean?
I mean, why do you need one?
For adventuring. Obviously.
Okay, don't tell me.
I mean, look, it's a good thing to have. It's something I used to have one back in the day. They're really cool. They're great and useful all the time.
What do they do?
They don't move. They are
Yeah,
immovable.
and it's a
No, they
stick?
don't move. Yeah, it's just a stick that can't move.
Mm,
Like, you can't move it ever. It's great.
it could be useful.
That's what I'm saying.
There are some old stories of you are a great hero and you are swallowed into the belly of a beast, and you take the rod, you plant it in. When they try to move, since the rod can't move, it drags through them and kills them.
In their
Hey,
entirety.
that's sorry, a little disgusting, but that's what I have heard.
I mean, we do get swallowed by a lot of stuff. So.
Yes.
A common problem.
Just Finn.
I was swallowed, and Praeria was also swallowed the one time.
I would like not to do that again.
Yes.
We
Yeah,
could
and-
have like 5 immovable rods.
Yeah, you know how there's those big giant doors in front of the Temple of Remblace? Like you just go by one morning while everyone's there and just click it and like put it right in front of the door, then no one can get out. I mean, what? I mean, it's good. Like if someone's chasing you, you close the door, you close it, click it, and then no one can open the door.
The doors of Remblace are always open.
Not if there's an immovable rod in front
No,
of
if
them.
there's a movable rod.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
there will not be an immovable rod in front of it, so it's not really.
Okay, I'm on board now. Lots of fun can be had with this thing.
Oh no.
Right.
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
It's a great thing.
Very interesting. You know, there are other temples in the city to other gods.
We're not
We
going to
haven't-
close. I would never close the Temple of Remblace. People need to die every day, and like that's what the temple's for.
You know, Samson, for someone I like so much, I don't like you at all. Do you get that sometimes from people?
You know what? Yes, in fact, I do, on a regular basis.
Right.
You'd be surprised. Or maybe you wouldn't.
Right.
Urimir just like sinks into the beanbag chairs and the pillows and just takes another long drag off of the hookah.
So, another naval ship pops out. Hesperis is starting to look a little bit rough as the other ships blow it to smithereens.
My one ship. I've taken like one puff, and that's it for the
It's a small little caravel.
that. No, when Finn was talking about reading a book together, she took a Praeria style gulp, but no ship came out of that. She like just swallowed it, and it's just coming out of her nose.
Oh no.
Like some poor sailors are coming out of her nose, going.
They're abandoning ship.
Love that.
I'm sure she loves that.
I wonder if they have one with like squirrels.
Well, we got
Maybe.
Right?
we got a sampler, didn't we? What else is in there?
Oh my gosh.
You
What if we take all of them at
sampler for
once?
the rest of the evening, and then we go and do something else.
I mean,
What if we mix them?
there are some others. I don't know how long you guys want to spend on this, but there's some there's a heap that is green. There is another one that is a little bit like the blue one that he had mentioned before. There's one that's orange, and then there's one that's like a deep crimson. Jeez.
I think we try all of them eventually
reaches-
before we leave, but we don't
Yes.
have to.
Yeah.
Finn reaches forward and mixes them all. And
Oh,
You take-
no,
you take
don't
all of
do
each
that.
one.
yeah,
have
let's
all
see
of
what
them.
happens.
No,
God.
Finn, each
Let's
one
see.
is
I just
supposed
want to
be-
try it. Just let me try it.
You know
my
what?
God.
Go for it.
Oh
Here
my
you go.
god, I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
let him
This
do
is
his
the
thing.
greatest
Just let him do his thing.
Go for it. Go for it, Finn.
Okay.
Remember, take a very deep breath so that you can get a little bit of all of them.
Right.
I have
right.
descriptions for all of these, so I'm interested. So you mix all of
All of them.
I bet no one's ever tried this before.
let's start with what you taste first. You taste
What don't you taste?
you
Yeah.
in
I use.
I lean over to Praeria. He's probably gonna pass out.
But it will be glorious.
Yes.
you
I
take
see everything.
it's like in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 where like his father taps his forehead and he's like I see everything. No, you take a deep breath in and you taste, let me try to figure this out because you taste honey and grass and wine and rainwater and fire and brimstone and pollen and blood and sweat and and it just hits you all at once, and your stomach begins to churn a little bit as you exhale. The scene that emerges before you, you see two massive ships appear, and they're firing at one another. You see like the storm, like, and it's black smoke. Storm clouds roll in and begin striking at the ground, and like this tornado begins to swirl in the distance, and you see a massive dragon flying out and around the room, like incinerating the ships, and like the people on the ships are like ah! Screaming in agony as they burst into flames and like incinerated instantly. Then you see fey creatures, little fawns dancing in the meadow in between all of them, in a circle, blowing a flute between the two massive ships, and they're just dancing in a circle. And then all of a sudden they take out their weapons and they begin stabbing each other.
No, that's us.
And it is like an acid trip, like nightmare fuel, as all of this is happening all around you, and yeah, that's what you see. You'll make a Constitution save for me. I don't even know, like, make a con save or like an intelligence saving throw or a wisdom save, or it's
make one of each save.
Jesus.
I feel like it's an intelligence save because I think that's the funniest one.
Yeah, probably, because that's my lowest.
Ooh, how beautiful.
All right. Oh, okay, not
Hey,
too bad.
okay.
17.
Yeah.
You feel really nauseated, and like your stomach just kind of like groans and clenches in. You're looking around, and like it's just an insane, like just the chaotic insaneness that you see before you, like fawns, murdering each other now because of the scene that's around them, and all this stuff happening, and like all of these scenes interacting with one another, and like the magic that has been completely twisted based on things like they're not. It's like, don't mix your alcohol, sweetie, with your medicine. And like, but you hold it in, like your mind is racing and you begin to sweat, but you just kind of hold it in and you don't pass out, but you're super dizzy and you don't want to stand up right away.
Yeah, he's like,
Sounds
and he
like
like flumps onto Samson's shoulder, just staring.
you know what? I think it's a little aromatic in here for me. That was excellent.
Oh,
Finn.
it smells very strange.
I think I'm gonna turn in for the evening. Great job, and I'm gonna get ready to leave.
So much violence everywhere.
All right. So, the rest
Reese will
of
stick
you,
behind in the room for a second to prestidigitate the stank before we leave.
to the rest of you, it smells like burnt rubber in here. It just like rough, like burnt rubber and like burnt Fritos. Like it just smells really weird.
Good on you for holding yourself together there.
I think I saw what happened to the world if we don't defeat the Seven.
No,
It's
he's
going
gone.
to-
He's gone.
I'm on my way out. I'm gonna distract Kipri so he doesn't immediately notice the awful smell.
You begin walking down, and he's just like, "What is that smell?" And then you walk up and begin.
Wait, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. I decided that this is impossible, and I just leave. It's impossible at this point. I just leave.
Hesperis, I'm guessing you immediately like.
Prestidigitating. Yeah, I'm.
You do it
Vacuuming
fast
smells
enough
up.
to where Kepri like makes his way back up the stairs, and he's like,
Prestidigitate. I uncork my perfume, which is pungent and very nice.
and he is just like, It must have been in my head. I smelled something coming from up here. But
I'm so sorry.
yeah, it must have been something in my head.
It was Samson.
Samson, your friend, Samson. Is there anything else that I can do for you?
No. I will cover the bill, anything, and we are going to head out. Thank you.
Wonderful.
We had a wonderful experience. Thank you so much for your hospitality.
Of course. Please do come back if you need anything else. I hope you will enjoy the incense that you purchased.
Yes, very much so. She considers saying something extremely passive-aggressive about their selection of scents, but she stops herself and she just says, thank you, yes, wonderful.
How pretentious, Hesperis. Oh my goodness.
That was fun. We should go back sometime.
And you all leave.
I'm imagining Finn is saying that over Samson's shoulder as he's being carried out of the building.
Blaming Samson for the smell as he's being carried out.
Yeah.
It was Samson.
Checks out. We go home and take a nap.
You guys
Take a long.
taking a long
Yes.
rest?
We take a
We
nice
do.
long rest, yes.
All right, you make your way back to the hideout. the secret place that you shouldn't talk about out loud. And you take a long rest.
I think by the following morning I will have finished my book. You don't need to tell me everything that is in it now because I don't think I warned you. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. I will send you all the
Beautiful.
information that you get from that.
I spend 15 minutes or as long as Ludin will let me making fun of him for the Sparrowhawk stuff.
Isn't he
He's
still
He's
on
not
his
here to
date?
defend himself.
As long we'll find out when he gets back. We'll
Isn't
find
he?
Is
out.
it like
Aren't he and Henry
passive-aggressive
still on his
puns?
date?
It's mostly passive.
Oh my
aggressive.
god, Urimir,
We
they
don't-
started at like 9 a.m. They can't possibly still be out there. I mean, unless it's
maybe
going
if it-
really well.
Maybe it went really well.
I feel like it probably didn't go really well.
Oh no, I think
We don't
it
know
went
yet.
perfectly.
When Lubin gets back, we'll find out how that date went. Or the date. The stakeout. So,
After which time I then go to bed.
Yeah, Praria just grills Urimir on where he found the books so she can try to put them back.
See, okay. The big one was just on his desk,
Hmm.
and the small one, which has very intimate details about this man's life that I didn't think that I wanted to know.
Oh no.
Are
He's taking.
okay, so you go upstairs, there's a little notch in a dresser, and I do my best to try to explain where it is. You stick your finger in the notch and you lift it up and the book falls down.
How did you find that? Okay. Oh dear.
Flash of brilliance, I believe. Is how I found it.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, you could just look. We'll just walk by and just toss them into his window, and he doesn't have to know.
That... I don't want to cause him any more worry. He has enough. If he can get back without him having new delusions of people stealing things from his home. Oh dear.
So what are you going to tell him when you come back with the books?
I'm not just going to hand him books. Oh.
So you think he's not going to notice you just casually putting the books back where they were before?
I don't know. I distract somehow.
Well, I have the utmost faith in you.
Mm. She looks slightly panicked as she goes through. As she tries to formulate plans in her head for how to possibly get these things back.
He tries to stifle his laughter, but he fails. He's just snickering the whole time.
She kicks him. This is your fault.
How is it? Look, you're the one who wants to go back to the exploding man's house.
Wouldn't have
We
to
were there
and
looking for
steal
intel. I
things.
got intel. Was it bad intel? Maybe, but I didn't know at the time.
Oh dear. It's okay. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be.
I still think you should just toss them over the gate. He'll find them in his He'll find them in his garden in his backyard, and everyone will be happy.
Okay. Everything else fail. I leave in garden.
Just don't get yourself blown up, okay?
I will do best. She gets as much sleep as she can, thinking about what's gonna have to happen.
Yeah, Urimir sleeps like a baby.
Guiltless Urimir. All right.
Absolutely guiltless. That was a successful mission. That's what that was.
You all take your long rest. If there's anything else. Other than that, okay. Morning comes, and breakfast between the Sparrowhawks is had. And you're welcome to it if you so wish to partake.
Ration's my favorite.
That's right. Yeah, it's just rations. It's nothing fancy.
I was thinking, Urimir and Ami and I, we could, get Barbox on the way over to the library.
You were reading my mind.
That does sound nice.
We can get something good at the market.
That's true.
All right. So Urimir, Ami, and Hesperis, I believe, are going to the library.
Library. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. We can start
And
there.
then Praiaria's going to Horace's house again.
Mm-hmm.
And she was never heard from again.
And then Finn and I are going to the market, I think.
All right. Do you
Split
want
the party.
to start at the library?
Sure.
Sure.
Right.
I think we stop by and we get our various complexities of chai tea on the way, but we don't.
Your Barbucks
Yes.
order.
Yeah.
Urimir is very interested in the way Hesperis orders her Barbucks. Because again, his order is completely basic. And Hesperis is like 2 pumps of this, a splash of that, shaken, not stirred, whatever.
It's a very particular sort of flavor,
I had
What
no
does
idea.
Cassius get?
Water.
Cassius?
Oh yeah, what is or Ami? What does he
Oh my!
get?
I haven't even thought of. Cassius would probably.
hot chocolate.
Oh.
So cute.
He would probably get like a Sumatra blend. And
He's getting coffee. He's going, can you get that off the back shelf and give me a
He's a paladin.
Let me
Okay.
Google real quick.
Yeah. Hey, even with no memory, that palate is strong. He's like,
very
I know what I
bold,
want.
a very
I know what I
bold,
like.
velvety flavor, like Sumatra blend. That's probably what he would get, and he would probably drink it black, or maybe with just like a hint of sugar and yeah, probably a hint of sugar but no cream.
The way that Hesperis looks at him has forever changed. But
Gosh.
Yeah, because Hesperis gets a chai latte too, right?
yes.
Yeah, but she gets hers all fancy. Urimir just gets whatever Hesperis gets because hers is all fancy.
I hope you like it. It's a little bit specific.
Mhm.
I like with the cinnamon.
This is incredible.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you like it. It's great.
You'll have to write down the recipe for me so I know what to order the next time.
Right. It is just a basic chai latte, but you have it extra hot with extra foam and a half a tablespoon of the cinnamon, which sounds like a lot. It's not so much. But then you want it half sweet of the actual chai itself, so it's not so syrupy. I will write it down.
Now I feel like Cyprian would probably have black Sumatra blend. This is hard. I don't know.
All of the Celestisept have black coffee, which is why they're
Yeah.
all dead now.
It's
Right.
true.
Anyways, you guys grab your coffees.
Head off to the
Before
library.
before we do that, somebody is joining us. Daniel, if you will
3
disconnect.
guesses who?
Oh, do we have a Luden?
We do have a
He's
Luden.
here.
We have a Luda!
Hello.
Just in
What
time
up,
for
cousin?
shenanigans.
Let me
You know, it's been a
let
day.
me pop him in here real quick.
Were you on fire today, or were you crashed into by a car today?
We were drifting today. I was on fire yesterday.
Yo.
Yes.
Look at all that eyebrow you got left. It looks like it
Yeah.
went really well.
Oh yeah, they are very, very safe here. You actually have to worry more about hyperthermia than you do with.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh, is
they
that
make
all?
sure you are very cold.
Just a little hypothermia. No biggie.
Yeah, and they make you talk to them quite a bit to make sure that you're still there with them, and they don't have to warm you up very quickly. Okay.
Nice.
Well, we're glad you made it.
Oh, it's good to be here.
So we'll come back to what Luden was doing a couple days ago in a moment.
Yeah.
Dope.
I'll say essentially Hesperis is kind of orchestrating the library visit. What I'd like to do is take Cassius and myself over to like the mythology section, or where there'd be information about Cassius and Cyprian, and get started on that. And then I want to corner Urimir like an aisle away or something where it can be a little bit quiet once Cassius is all set up. And I do genuinely want to do that as well, but just have this moment.
Okay.
with
Yeah,
Urimir.
go ahead.
Hey, so I think perhaps my motivations are not so subtle, but I just wanted to check in. I know you and I are not so close, but this is looking for your father, how you are feeling.
Oh. I don't know. I guess hopeful.
Oh, good. No, that's wonderful. I have my concerns have been lying in. I know with the city being so exciting, we've been going to bars and anticipating the circus, and I want to make sure that you know that we all are very much taking this seriously. You feel this way, or do you feel we are distracted at all?
I think everyone's taking it as seriously as they can. I mean, look, he's my father, so it's all of the worry and stuff that's on my shoulders. I would never expect the rest of you to not partake. I mean, St. Louis is a beautiful city, and honestly, you know, going to Alluring Embers and other things helps keep my mind off of it sometimes.
I am glad. I will say your concern of not putting this on anyone else's shoulders, I will say I believe that they would be happy to help you carry this. And forgive me if it's not my place to say this sort of thing, but just from a newcomer's perspective, I always see you as sort of the heart of the party, if that is the way to say it. You are always very central in the hearts and minds of at least Samson and Praeria and dear Finnalai. The way you approach things and your compass is a leader, I think. So.
Well, thank you. I just try to do what's right. It's strange though, lately I'm not quite sure what that is, you know, just with everything going on. I'm so close, and I'm wary of Cyprian. I'm wary of Hush. I just hope that what we have is enough to get him back.
I see. It is a very tenuous position we are in. We are not so... I believe that Cyprian will have at least guidelines and answers, and what Priaria is pursuing now with the sting operation at Horace's shop, hopefully coming at it from a number of different angles.
Yes.
Are you finding, and forgive me again if you don't have an answer or you don't want to answer, when we do find your father, do you know what you want to do? I mean, what are you hoping when you see him again?
You know, I've thought about that a lot, actually. I'm sure he'll be happy to see me. Maybe at first. But, I mean, after everything that's happened, where would we even go? I mean, the Undercity's gone. Everyone I knew, everyone he knew. I mean, of course, saving him from Hush is a good thing. A very good thing, and but after I tell him what happened and that it was and how everything happened, I don't know. I mean, you know, I told Luden, and he seems to understand. All of you do. And I told Micah, and well, I'm not sure if he's here in Sable to kill me or to forgive me. I hope he understands. And I'm sure he says that he will, but I keep having to reassure myself that that's the case, you know?
You told me just now that you always try to do what is right, yes?
Yeah.
And you think your father, he is a good man?
I know he is.
Then I do not know your father, of course, but I think he would be very proud of you. If you are trying to do good as he would do.
Yeah, I guess. I try.
Well, that's all anyone can do.
Well, it doesn't always work out that way.
I know.
And you know, people get hurt. People die.
I do.
No amount of apologies can fix that. Once you're gone, you're gone.
Sometimes my temple takes a slightly different point of view on death and on time. death is not entirely an end. No one is entirely gone. If a person lives and speaks and touches and interacts, not just in the ways that they change the world around them, but in the way that you were alive in that moment with them, that moment is always true, and that moment is always there. There is an idea of eternity in every person, that even when they are gone, they are still among us. I know it does not take away the fact that now, here today, you cannot reach out and touch them and speak with them, but because you are here, they are too, if that translates.
So, like, they live on in our memories, is what you're saying.
Yes, they live on in your memories and in the person that you are now.
Honestly, Hesperis, I'm starting to wonder who that is. I mean, you didn't know me before, but I've got this thing inside of me, and I'm traveling the world and trying to save it. And all I can think about, in spite of all this, is, you know, what I'm gonna say to my dad when I find him. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, I know that there's a lot at stake, but sometimes it feels like I've already lost everything, and this is the one person, the one thing that can remind me of who I am, that can confirm that for me, you know? And I'm just the son of an inventor, and now I'm the vessel of one of the seven, and the reason why Lacambria is in the state that it is.
Well, from what I understand, you are also the reason that the mother does not walk free, and you are the reason Myrhh gets to leave her tower. And, you are, at the same time, a boy who loves his father and a great hero. And you can choose to be both, if that is what you want to do. I am not a philosopher, and I was kicked out of being a counselor at the temple, so I am not the best person to talk about this, but I respect you a great deal, and I want you to know that the people around you care for you very much if there is ever anything that you need.
I know. I do. And I don't mean to offend you all when I say I don't have anything left, obviously.
No, that I understand.
Yes. It's just, I mean, you know, we're all just kind of caught up in this thing. And I mean, you've got your faith in the temple, and I'm sure family, and Samson and Priaria, they have the Feywild, and Finn has wherever it is he's from, that island.
I think. No, I have many theories, but I think they are all wrong, personally.
And I mean, you know, I've come to love and respect all of you a great deal, but not sure what I'll have when all of this is over with. After the 7 and everything.
Do you know what you want to have?
I'm not sure I can have what I want to have.
I hope that when we find your father, your reunion will remind you of who you have always been. And there is, I promise this is not a sermon, but it is something I've been thinking about with you and all of the people here. And I am not a great speaker at length, but if I could have... Part of the training at Temple is to look after plants. We have a sort of a garden where we look after plants that are especially endangered or rare or need special care. It is part of our worship to do so. And I was tasked about a decade ago with looking after a specific kind of flower. It's called Flora Fiare, which I think in Common is fire flower of the flame. It's a very beautiful plant, large orange, yellow gradient blossom, but it is not after the blossom that it is named. It is what I think is called a pioneer plant because of its seeds. When it is a seed, it will be buried dormant under the earth for a great many years, and it can only be awakened in the heat of catastrophe. Wildfire will wake the dormant seed. When the forest that it is its home burns down and all around it is destroyed, will awaken the flower. And with its growth, with its survival, the other lichen, plants, ferns, trees will be able to grow again around them. And it is a terrible thing to say, and I do not mean at all to say that, oh, adversity is what makes you strong, or tragedy is what you need to become a hero. But when I see you and everyone here, it is your survival and your tenacity and the love that you have for your home that will allow your home to grow again. And I think of you like this.
Well, thank you. It's one of the nicest things anyone's ever said to me.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't too shabby or anything.
No, I wasn't sure what to think of you when you joined our little group. But behind all of the, forgive me, the pleasantries and behind all of the pleasantries and the sentiments and the apologies, so many apologies.
Sorry, I felt all the apologies.
No, you seem to really care about us and about what's going on, and I'm sure a lot's at stake for you as well. I know we haven't talked much, and it's probably partially my fault.
No, not at all.
I don't know. You see the world in a different way than most people do. And I didn't think you'd understand, but it's nice to know that you do. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you. That is very kind of you to say. Shall we return to the books? Are you all right?
Better.
I'm glad. Right.
Yeah, so we go find a me.
All right. You return to the others in the library. There are a few books that you guys do find. You find a kind of overarching book on all of the Celestisept that you may check out if you so wish.
Sure.
Absolutely.
All right. You take that?
There's no book titled Cyprian, Arch-Villain, or anything.
There are some books on individual Celestisept members. I will say out of all of the Celestisept, the littlest that is known is about Cyprian, surprisingly.
That tracks,
Does
yes.
does that surprise you at all? For the sake of it, for the sake of everything, I'll just say the book of all that kind of talks about all of them as a whole is enough.
Okay. I'll pass it
There
on
isn't
to...
enough information on Cyprian to write a book about.
But his name is in there, though.
His name is in. I mean, if you just flipping through the pages very, very roughly, I can very easily tell you the names of all 7, if you so wish.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Let me switch our music over here for just a second.
Great, because I don't know anything about anything.
All right. So, I mean, this would be very easy to find without spending too much time looking at the book, because you will have the chance to read the entire book, if you so wish. But just off the top, there is Cassius, who is the paladin of the group. They're mentioned as you kind of flitter through the pages. Risen Emberfly, a bard. Another one, another individual, Teya Morn. Teyamourn, a sorcerer tiefling. Female.
Okay.
Risen
Cyprian.
Emberflat was a bard?
Yes.
Okay.
Cyprian, of course, is mentioned as a rogue.
What?
No way.
I was a cleric.
Vylor.
How do you spell that?
Viylor, Dragonborn.
He sounds like a villain.
The sixth
Wait,
is. Go ahead.
Vylor is a dragonborn what?
Is his last name Dragonborn or is he a Dragonborn?
Vylor dragonborn, the first dragonborn.
A fighter.
Okay.
I'm sorry, barbarian.
Do they have stat blocks in this book that we can?
No.
Yeah.
No.
How many legendary resistances do they have?
The sixth is Brim Zevdena Viknoe.
Zevdena.
Prairie isn't there with you, so that doesn't.
Sounds like a furbolg to me.
Yeah.
We don't know him. What?
It's a furbog, yes.
Say the name one more time so I can butcher it.
Brim Zevdena Viknoe.
Zevdena
Viknoe.
Vic No Way?
Yes.
Just
No way.
I just wrote
Vic No Way.
Brim.
Just
I
name
just
him
wrote
Brim. You
Brim.
don't need to write down the last name. The last name was only
do.
for Praeria.
I do.
No, yeah,
Brim.
it sounded too similar. Is like
Brim, quote, like parentheses, Prairia's cousin.
There you go.
I wrote down.
He'd
and
never
so-
been to a cookout, but okay.
Third cousin.
Distant.
Distant. relative.
Let me guess. Druid?
So he's a furbolg druid.
There actually isn't. Doesn't say what Brim is.
Interesting.
Maybe
Question mark,
Praeria
question
might
mark,
know.
question mark.
You know
Mm.
how stories are passed down from generation to generation.
Brim the
Yeah,
commoner.
should totally pay attention the first time.
And who's number 7?
Number 7 is Ema, a turtle.
Do they have a class or are they just a turtle?
They're a cleric.
Portal click.
Cleric of whom? They were before.
I mean, you got to read the book.
Okay,
It
I'm
would-
gonna pass on these are earlier classes.
Context clues. It's definitely one of the 4.
Yeah.
The 4
Yes,
the
it's
4
every
prime
time.
gods.
I'll check
Definitely
out-
not
I'll
one
check
of the
out the
7.
So this is a cleric to Vogel. Okay, cool.
Guess who
A
can't
paladin,
read
a bard, a sorcerer, a rogue, a barbarian, a mystery box, and a cleric.
Want the
Interesting.
furbolg to be a wizard.
Turtle.
Turtle.
And Cassius.
Wise turtle, the
Paladin.
Oogway of the 7.
Oogway, he's a monk.
I'm gonna pass the book to either Urimir, who reads quickly, or Cassius, who this is emotionally important to, because Hesperis reads incredibly slowly compared to everyone else.
Yep.
I'll take it and skim through it, see if I can pick up anything interesting off of these. Or are you gonna make me read the whole thing before I know?
You have to read the whole thing. This is how we did it.
I know. I'm a fast
Look,
reader though, man.
Look,
I can-
Hesperis reads as fast as she can.
You
And
can
everyone
join our
else
book
reads.
club, Urimir.
I will definitely join your book club.
There you go. See, Finn, now you have a book club party member.
Reese is also going to real quick drop by the poetry section and pick up some Dawn's Ride's Elvish poetry, shove it into her bag, and never think about it again. Just check it out.
Are you trying to be stealthy?
No.
So,
Just embarrassed.
does anyone else go or follow Hesperis?
Just got to go grab something.
Finn?
I'm not there, but I would if I could.
Is,
well,
is
Hesperis.
Ludo to have like just given one of them his book to drop off because he's finished with it.
I would drop off your book for sure.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure any of the books that I like checked out, they're going
They get
back.
returned to their proper
Yes,
home.
to their.
Well, you don't want the library police to come after you.
Hey,
Those guys are ruthless,
Whatever, they don't exist.
They're just as ruthless as the vegan police.
right? If Hesperis goes to the poetry section, I'll just kind of approach Ami and just trying to catch a vibe check off him. Like, so how are you doing with all of this? Are you learning much about yourself?
He just kind of smiles and laughs a little bit. Again, it's very strange, and I feel ridiculous reading about me. But yes. It's very vague. Much of it is very vague. There's not quite as many details as I was hoping, but it's been a long time. I imagine some details have gotten lost along the way.
Well, you were one of the 7. You're like a great hero. And all of it. So I'm sure the intimacies of your personal life aren't as interesting as you slaying a dragon or saving a town to most people.
I do find those interesting, but I wish for the more personal details, honestly, but it's ridiculous to hope that I could read that in one of these.
Well, maybe you won't have to. I mean, just from what I've gleaned, you have a very strange coffee order. No, just a little sugar. You like it black. Like what? Have you tried the way Hesperis makes it? It's delicious.
If it's anything like Finn's, it might be a little bit too sweet for me, unfortunately. And as he's kind of talking, you see him put a book about memories and different magical restoration spells. The title is aloof of my brain right now, but that is essentially what this book is about, and you see him put that in his bag.
Oh, I love that book, Aloof of My Brain. It's like
no, that's not the title. the title I can't think of a title for it right now. But as looking at the book, as he kind of puts it in, you definitely.
Aloof of My Brain would make a good book about memories.
Well, there you go. It's called Aloof of My Brain.
Yeah.
Aloof of My Brain, and it is a book about memory and memory restoration spells. He has picked up.
He'll notice it, but I won't say anything about it. I mean, obviously he's trying to get his memories back. Say, besides that, you also seem to have an affinity for, what was it, glass blowing?
Yes.
So
I do. Haven't been around an area that I could practice it as of late, but yes, I do.
I mean, I guess the things about you are always going to be there. So don't worry too much about the other things, because they'll come in time, I'm sure.
I appreciate that, Omi. It's much more difficult to practice and much easier to say than to practice. But I will try not to worry about what I don't know, which is kind of ironic in itself if you think about it. But anyways, shall we? And you all rejoin the others, and you leave the library. We're going to switch over to Ludin before we go to our break for a moment. Ludin, your friends left you in a very interesting situation.
Alright.
The third day, when
Sparrowhawks
Praeria...
had some great intel. Don't you worry about it.
The third day, while Praeria was selling poisons, on the third day, that morning, Hennevi came to all of you and said that the Sparrowhawks had heard word of someone in the Shimmering Bazaar, and the local militia was planning a sting operation to abduct or capture this individual. And she believed it was possibly Hush slipping up and that they were quite desperate. You all made your way to the Shimmering Bazaar. More details were given about this individual who was selling illicit items in the bazaar, that they happened to be selling poisons that goes against the code of the Alchemist Guild, to which the entire party was basically, we've got some other we have some other leads that we're gonna follow, but you guys, you can handle this. We believe in you. And they left you and Hennevi on the roof, overlooking the shimmering bazaar, the farmer's market, and you see an empty space where Praeria would have been selling poisons for the past 2 days, and you are currently awaiting the perpetrator, to which will not show up because this perpetrator is your friend Praeria, and Hennevi is with you.
Thanks, Steve.
On the roof.
Yeah, great. All right.
Problem for the
we
hookup
got
homes.
you.
I love y'all
Let
so much.
me-
We got you, my dude.
Reese gave
Best
you like
team.
a "you got this. This is great. You got this" on
Yeah.
the way down.
She
No,
very
that-
much did. Let me change the music over here.
Jesus. All right. So Luden's just sitting there.
Because nobody told Hennevi that.
Yeah, I would assume. Yeah.
Nobody told Hennevi that you were selling poisons in the marketplace.
How long have we been here?
We'll just say your friends have just left, and Hennevi is just kind of staking out the top with you.
Okay. So he'll be sitting there and he'll just be like, hey, Hennevi.
Yes. She's
how
just
long-
kind of like leaning over, like hunched down, watching.
Luden's like just his back is like if we're on the roof, his back is just like leaning up against the roof, and he's like he'll do like over the shoulder every once in a while to like make it seem like he's there, but he knows, but he'll be like, so how long have you been a Sparrowhawk?
I suppose that we could discuss those things while we wait. Rather boring to sit here in silence for all this time. Well, my mother is a Sparrowhawk. I think she's the greatest there ever was. But of course I'm biased. She tussled with plenty of pirates on the seas. She's close to many great captains, actually. Even earned the respect of the great scorned siren, Iveria Reefborn. She doesn't traverse that part of the ocean as much. She sails the waters between Auroria and Acacia mostly. My father is kind of another story. I've never met him. My mother says he was a dashing rogue of a man. My mother was tracking down a ship in the middle of the Balvassian Sea when her vessel was waylaid by a swarm of goblin tirades. Manageable in small groups, as goblin tirade vessels are very small. But this was a massive group, 20 against 1. My mother and her crew fought with every fiber of their being. Almost died that day. And she fought all through the night. Was the last of her crew after taking out 8 of their ships. As the last of her crew fell, coming out of the mist, the morning she thought would be her last, she saw in the distance a grey, washed-out caravel with charcoal sails. Like the ashen coals the morning after a fire. The silent storm. My father and his crew laid waste to the goblin tirades, and they were grouped around what was left of my mother's ship, like a swarm of bees in a hive. Lined up the shots from the main gun deck nicely and quickly took them out. The savior ship, boarded my mother's ship. And they fought side by side. My father was no captain. I know that's not very exciting. He was one of the deckhands, in fact. The captain, however, was none other than Rue Thorn. Those days, of course, he was quite young. Not the more well-known captain we know today. My mother said my father was impulsive, brazen, self-assured. He was a fit of passion. And she returned to the mainland to bid him farewell without a second glance. The story of my father isn't really a fairy tale. It wasn't really born out of love. What's Luden's expression look like at that point? As he's listening.
He asked how long she'd been the Sparrowhawks. and he got all this. I mean, like he's not like what's going. He's just more like he's just listening. He's just he's thinking also in his mind like other questions to ask to keep this train going to where it'll be to the point where like, dang, I guess they heard about it. I guess we need to leave. Next time, people need to keep their mouths shut. Obviously, he's too deep in. He's too deep to say anything. So he's like, oh wow, and then he'll check over every once in a while. But it's just great.
She kind of looks at you. So to answer your question, I know it was rather long, but I've somewhat been a sparrowhawk for as long as I've been born.
Wow. Did you ever hear anybody hear about anyone called Balin?
Balin?
Yes, he's a half-elf, or excuse me, a full elf, sparrowhawk. Done many adventures. Unless you lied to me.
She kind of looks at you and she just kind of like, not that I know of.
That's okay. Okay.
Is that someone you know?
Yes, that's my stepfather actually. He said that he was a part of the Sparrowhawks. Ingrained it into my brain what a Sparrowhawk is supposed to be. But who knows? He had lots of stories about his adventures across the country. I'm looking for him, but I don't know if I'll find him.
Perhaps my mother knows him. There are a great many sparrowhawks across the entire country, and I don't know all of them by name. That would be quite a feat.
I feel that you could probably do it, though. With all the things I've seen you be able to pull off here at the city with, it seems like you don't have a big team.
Not yet. I don't have a big team yet. I have to earn that. But I command the individuals that I command well enough. And she just kind of like stutters a little bit. And she just kind of like wasn't expecting you to say that.
It'd be like, well, I mean, if you've been a Sparrowhawk your entire life, how much more do you have to prove? I mean, this job doesn't seem like it's good for settling down anywhere.
Well, when you're the daughter of I'm named after my mother, and I'm very honored to carry on her name, of course, but I have a lot to live up to. Honestly, it's more for myself than anything. Just because she's my mother doesn't mean I'm entitled to a massive team, and I have to prove myself. And this is part of it, I guess.
This being just, stakeouts or coming to cities where you're trying to take down large organizations. And...
Well, it's a step, but yes. You have to uproot the corruption, and it always starts in places that are lax of security and military and... The cockroaches tend to hide in the dark.
Yeah, I'm looking for a couple of things in the dark myself, but I have another question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. She kind of looks over, she goes, "They should be here by now."
Well, all we can do is wait, right?
You said that that we are to trust your friend Urimir and you, but you weren't sure to trust the others with information. Do you think that they may have spoke to someone?
I doubt it very seriously. But while we wait, I do have a couple more questions if you don't mind. How do you get along with your team? How long have you been with them?
Well, I've been with my team for a few months. It hasn't been quite that long, but I've known them far before we were in an actual team. I don't know, it just it works. Our goals are aligned. We both trust each other, and I don't know. I've never really had any issues.
Okay. How do you handle conflict in your team?
We talk about it. There was this one time where, I don't know if it was really conflict, but one of the individuals had a bit of a... Well, they neglected to tell us that they had an allergy.
Luden's expression, it maintains, this seriousness. But then in his head, he's like, God dang, this is this is not gonna go nowhere. He's like, an allergy. Okay.
Well, if he would have just told us that he had an allergy, my friend wouldn't have, he wouldn't have, suffered.
I see.
He couldn't breathe right for like a week.
Oh, that sounds terrible, but it is quite a little bit amusing.
Well, most of the time, if we do disagree, there's the goal to agree to disagree. It's okay if we don't agree all the time, and sometimes we have differentiating opinions, but we're not gonna kill each other over it.
So what is the biggest disagreement that you guys have ever had?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
That's okay. They're perfect. Yeah, so Ludo was
You get the sense that these people just work well together.
Yeah, okay. That sounds great.
It's not a good it's not a good
dichotomy. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so Ludin will keep sitting there, and after a little bit, he'll speak up again, and he'll just be like, so, do you have any advice on trying to live this kind of lifestyle? I mean, the good, what, and trying to stay lawful when it seems like the situation comes harder and harder, or is there any gray area, or and not to speak bad about anyone in the Sparrowhawks, but it does feel like I've been kind of thrown to the wolves a little bit on what we specifically need to do, and I understand that situation, the situation of what's going on called for it, but I'm having difficulty finding that morality.
I guess it depends on the individual, of course. I find myself much more lawful than my mother, honestly. She would say that rules can be broken, that they are guidelines, but if it puts your friends in danger, then they must be broken in order to save those that you love. It's much more difficult for some of us.
Well, how can... so, I guess... my stepfather, Balin, was also very, very, very lawful. Ruled with an iron hand, and made sure that his children understood that the law meant something. And obviously it's kind of not the reverse situation for you and your mother. But how would she speak out on knowing when something is right versus knowing when something is wrong? I mean, aren't we supposed to be this organization that's devoted to keeping the laws in even the places that are not owned by the same city-state?
She kind of looks at you and she goes, We are not lawmakers, Ludin.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's the militia. City militias that uphold the law. We are At least we were in Lacambria. We were granted permissions to skirt around the law so that we may obtain what we needed to help people uproot corruption.
Interesting. Okay, and so at this point, like Ludin's starting to try and figure out like where the disconnect was in his mind. And he'll pull out his little Sparrowhawk book too and start rereading over like the guidelines and stuff, and he looks very confused, and he's like, okay. And then he'll just look back over at the where the stand is supposed to be, and then he'll sit back down again, and he'll just look over at Hinnavi and be like, I think I'm a little confused. Like, what? Then where do you find your morality? And he'll look back at her very inquisitively.
I suppose for me it's what I believe is right. Perhaps that's a little childish and naive of me, but I abide by what I believe is right and what my own rules are. Sometimes most of it isn't in line with the law. I believe it is in line with the law.
Interesting.
But I don't go out murdering people.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's just, still in training. So, a person of power at my disposal to ask questions on my first stakeout in the organization. I felt that this was the perfect time to ask some of those questions.
You seem to think a lot about the things that I've thought about before. For instance, this scenario. A king sits on a throne. He's a tyrant. The people are starving, people are dying. He sends his men into arms in wars that continue to ravage the lands and destroy. He murdered his own brother to succeed to the throne. Someone attempted to kill this man, or because the law tells us that this man is our king, do we follow him? It's one of the things that I've thought about. It's a conundrum, but according to my own personal belief, this man, he should not be king. And he should die, so that someone of worth, someone who is good, should take his stead.
Well, I guess I only have one more question then. In your scenario, where do the Sparrowhawks lie? Are we an organization made up of people that share a goal of making sure that we can root out corruption and trying to our best to just do what is good? Or are we a centralized organization that adheres to the rules of each city-state that we are allowed to be in?
I believe that we are a force that does its best to abide by each city-state. But if a situation arises where we cannot, in order for the good of the people, for the good of those that we protect, then we forge our path past law. But it doesn't really come to that. Hasn't for me, at least, not yet.
That's a little reassuring. Thank you for answering all of my questions.
Of course.
It's a breath of fresh air to have someone that I can speak to about these things.
I hope that my answers were satisfactory. I think about these kinds of things. I do. I know that it seems like these are the kinds of scenarios that bother you as well. but
Very much so. But I don't know. My party makes me think of these things a little bit more than I think yours.
I get the sense, yes.
I think they're all still good people, or at least trying to do their best to be good people.
She kind of looks over. Looks like someone snitched.
Yep. Well, maybe we should continue this conversation back at the Sparrowhawk Den.
She looks really disappointed and irritated. She goes, "Yes, I suppose you're right." And
he'll offer Goodberry.
She'll take it.
Heck yeah. It's like, all right. Let's see if we can find wherever Hush is, right?
All right, and you guys make your way out and back to the outpost. And that's where we're going to take our break here for the evening. Just a reminder, we do have a giveaway going on right now. We are giving away, let me see if I can pop it up on screen. We are giving away the very last Founder Enamel pin. And you can enter by using command loot, which is !loot, or !ticket. You can enter, and we're going to draw the winner of our giveaway when we get back from our break. So make sure to enter that. Boop. All right. Other than that, we're going to go to break, and we'll be back in un momento. All right. Bye, guys.
Welcome to Auroria, a new campaign setting for 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, where your destiny is written in the stars. Fate guides your adventurer in Stargazer's Guide to Auroria. An all-new Zodiac character creation system assigns your adventurer one of 12 signs which rewards you with powerful abilities and character-defining detriments. What's your sign? No, that's the wrong question. Who are you? Frostwain, Lamentium, Fluortide? These powers are yours to define, or let fate decide. Choose wisely. Your sign connects your character to the world of Auroria. Manifestations of the mighty signs appear to spur your adventurer toward their ultimate goal, or away from paths destructive to their future. Adventure is calling. Discover a new world of brilliantly diverse cities, dozens of unique landmarks, and long-forgotten dungeons waiting to be uncovered. Join arms with allies and cross swords with worthy adversaries. Fantastic NPCs with their own adventure hooks, backstories, and motivations are spread throughout the world, ready to aid your party or become the latest villain. The old gods are gone. Aurorians worship a new pantheon. The Masters of the Weave are more connected to their acolytes than ever before. Find your faith with 12 all-new gods across 2 different pantheons. Encounter fantastical monsters under the shadow of Mount Vera and under the Sable Sands with powerful magic items, new spells, and weapons. Explore one of 12 new subclasses available for the canon D&D classes, and tie them directly to your background with factions that have been intricately woven into Aurorian lore. Destiny is calling, adventurer. Look unto the heavens. Your story is in the stars.
Hi, I'm Raina. I play Praearia on Fate's End here at Ink and Lyre, and I'm here to talk to you about Mount Vera, which is a point of interest in our world of Auroria. And it features something super cool called the Iridescent Ocean. The Iridescent Ocean is a sea of clouds around the peak of this mountain with magical properties akin to True Polymorph, Alter Memory, and Featherfall. So what that means is that like creatures that pass up through the clouds, like on their way up the mountain, they gain these bestial properties. They become things like centaurs, like minotaurs, and serpent people, just all kinds of like human animal hybrids. and they have a little village up there of all these creatures, and they have no knowledge of their lives before, what is underneath the clouds. Is, as far as they know, there's only their island and this ocean, which shimmers like dreams and diamonds and glitter. So creatures that live on the peak of the mountain have no idea what's underneath. If someone disappears, as far as they know, they just fell off the earth. But what really happens is as you pass back down through the ocean, you are once again polymorphed into a basic woodland creature like a squirrel or a fox. But you retain your intelligence. So as far as you know, you've just always been a really smart rabbit. Which is really cool.
Hello, my name is Christian Hatcher, and I play a Luden Archbane on Fate's End, and today I'm going to be talking to you guys about the Martial subclass in Stargazer's Guide to Aurora. There are three main ones, the Sparrowhawks, the Peacekeepers, and the Scarlet Sanctuary. Now there are different benefits to joining any of the different organizations. First, the Sparrowhawks. If you join the Sparrowhawks, the organization is a little bit more structured, and you kind of get the ability to have different bases all over Aurora, and you get some allies that might be willing to help you out. That kind of moves you over into the Peacekeepers, where it's a lot less structured, but your ability to gain allies is a lot quicker. You can actually deputize people to help you out. You just gotta pay them a little gold. And then finally there's the Scarlet Sanctuary. Now the Scarlet Sanctuary is interesting if you have a very lore-heavy campaign. I personally think of it like kind of a Sherlock Holmes kind of thing. You can request information from this organization, and it might be able to help you out with finding out some of the mysteries that go on in Aurora, or whatever your DM might throw at you. I personally love playing in the Sparrowhawks because it allows my character to be grounded in the story right away, especially as a character that came in a little later in our Fate's End campaign. I had a reason to be there. So find out your reason to use the Martial subclass. Be creative with it. Why would your character be in one of these organizations? Makes the story interesting. So if you're interested, why not try it out in Stargazer's Guide to Aurora.
What's up, guys? I'm Brandon Hatcher. I am a cast member on Fate's End, and I'm also a writer on the Stargazer's Guide to Aurora. My section is Krygos Lake, and Krygos Lake is basically what would happen if an ancient white dragon flew to a dense tropical forest and decided to make that his lair. So Krygos, the lake is completely frozen over, and the presence of the ancient white dragon has basically changed the environment of the area. So you know, you'll see stuff like white dire wolves and snow foxes and polar bears and stuff like that from the Arctic, but you'll also see creatures like deer and elk and chipmunks and rabbits and stuff roaming around. So it's a very interesting blend of fauna and flora in this area. And the forest holds a lot of secrets, and one thing that I can share with you is among the surrounding towns there are differing stories about this creature that roams the forest. Some people say he's a yeti, some people say he's a spirit of the forest, some people say he might be a fae that's just playing tricks on people, but no one really quite knows for sure. And I can't wait for the players to actually be able to pull on that thread and uncover all of the secrets that Krygos Lake has to offer.
A 12 does break it.
I would never hurt people on purpose, Bhagwan.
All right, then we can trust her, boyos. She's not gonna hurt anybody.
Does anyone have a lockpick?
No! No, we don't need one!
Extra, extra, read all about it!
What's that you've got there, mister?
Why, this right here is 9 Realms Gaming.
9 Realms Gaming?
That's right, top-notch gaming accessories made from some of the finest woods this side of the city has to offer. We got your dice vaults, we got your dice towers, dice trays, hero vaults, you name it.
Oh my!
Careful now, don't swoon into traffic. You can mosey on down to their website now. Use exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off your purchase.
What was that code again?
That's LYRE10. LYRE 10 at 9realmsgaming.com. Hurry, they're selling like hotcakes.
What up,
And we are back. Let me go ahead and pick the winner of our giveaway. Let's see who won. Close giveaway. Draw a winner. Brother B!
I knew it! I knew it!
You got the last one?
Yes!
You got the last one.
Finally
Wow.
comes full circle. It finally comes full circle. I told you it was mine.
A little backstory, a little backstory in this. We usually don't let our cast members enter at all. Brandon is convinced that he has never received a founder pin because we gave them to all of our cast members as well, so that they would have some.
I never got one.
And he says he's never gotten one, and I was like, I said during, I think before we started the stream tonight, I was like, you know what? Fine, go ahead, enter, go ahead and enter, and if you get it, you get it, okay?
Now he got it.
Now I got it.
Other than that, guys, the cast is never enters the giveaway, but for this one exception, I let him enter.
See, the universe wanted it to happen. The one time you let me enter, it looked like
it's true, and Brandon was a part of the first ever campaign that was ever set in Aurora. So
right.
I feel like it's pretty, it
You
works
had a
out pretty well.
20% chance to win, so only 5 people entered anyway.
But he won.
I don't care.
Wow,
I
raining
won.
all over the parade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I Luden. Don't be out here trying to diminish my.
I'm not diminishing it. I'm just saying, like the fact.
Head now. I feel.
Okay.
Watch him lose it and then be like, I never got
Yep,
one.
I never
don't know
got
what
one.
you're talking about. I never got one.
I didn't lose the.
All I know is it better
Right.
be for you next time I come visit you.
Right. I think we're gonna make more pins though. Like not of this, but like I think we're gonna make more pins like of a different design to give away in the future because pins are awesome.
Barbucks pins.
A Barbucks pin.
Oh, we need a Barbucks pin.
We're gonna have a chaotic petty pin. You better believe it. I'm making
Yo,
a chaotic
in the
pin.
Discord, all
Chaotic
of our...
petty, fey bullshit.
Oh,
We
yeah.
could go, thank you, that is very kind, but I just want one for me.
So
Yeah,
all
and it's
those
like, just
little,
saying.
Just
all of
for
our-
me.
all of our Discord emotes as pins, like all of our faces and stuff for our characters.
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
That would be
Yeah,
interesting.
collect them all type
Yeah.
of
So
stuff.
y'all come join the Luden army.
Raina,
Watch
you
me
made all of
bond.
those illustrations, right? Of the
She did.
little icons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
those.
definitely make those pins.
All right, jumping back in, we'll switch over to Raina as Praeria makes her way over to Horace Burble's house to she has class with him. She's an
I'm very
understudy.
studious.
And also to attempt to sneak back in the books that Urimir stole. You arrive at his household.
Let's cross those fingers. Yes.
And you knock, and you hear a. It takes a good second, and he. And you just see him smile immediately as he sees you. And he goes, I'm so glad that you made it. Please come in. I've already prepared some of our concoctions and our ingredients for today's lesson. There was something that I wanted to give you yesterday that I did not get the chance to give you, actually. It was mostly due to the whispers and the horrifying mess that ensued. But there's no need to dwell on that, of course. But please come in and take a seat, and I'll get it.
Oh, well, do you mind? Do you have a bathroom here somewhere?
Oh, a loo. I
yes.
do actually. It's out in the back where the garden is.
I would just like to step in for a moment if I could.
Of course. And you just make your way outside to the loo?
Yep.
To the loo.
She was hoping that it would be inside somewhere, but
most
Just gonna have
restrooms
to-
are outside.
You're just gonna have to scale the side of the house and break through a window.
Oh, just throw it in the window up top.
throw it in the window.
Just leave it on top of the toilet like he was doing reading.
I say, don't you remember? I remember you bringing it
Just
into the
knock him
bathroom with
out.
you yesterday. You're just crazy. That's all.
You just knock him out and go get it, put it up there, and say, "Wake up! You inhaled too much poison." Like,
Wow.
throwing all the ideas.
Okay. Let's see. Should she?
While you're standing in the bathroom, you hear the echoing voices of your party members in your
Yeah.
minds. All very helpful.
Oh yes, she sees their little forms on her shoulders, like little angels and devils, and they're not helping. She's like, oh. So, okay.
Why don't you just give it to him? That's his
That's
contribution.
exactly what Finn would say.
Oh,
The lone angel.
thank
Silence.
you, Tiny Finn.
Praeria, what do you do?
She just kind of.
As all the little angels on your shoulder in various
Panics there a
forms
little
of
bit.
Samson, Ludin, Finnalai, Urimir, and Hesperis try to tell you what to do, but what do you do, Praeria?
Okay, she comes up with a plan. She takes a deep breath. She prays to whatever god is up there, and she rejoins Horus back in the house.
Okay, you rejoin Oris back in the house. And he is he has like a small box that's probably like, well, it's not small, but it's a medium-sized box and stuff. And
Oh, what is all of this?
he kind of looks at you and he goes, I really appreciate how kind you've been to me. When I was a boy, nasty business with some thugs, and there was a sorcerer that cast a nasty spell on me and muddled part of my mind a little bit. And as he kind of smiles, like only half of his smile goes up, kind of like someone who's suffered from a stroke or something. And he kind of smiles and half of his smile goes up. And you've just been very kind to me. I know I look much older than I am, but you appreciate the plants and the alchemical arts, and I just wanted to give this to you. And he hands you the box.
Oh, thank you very much. I was not expecting gifts. I would have brought something.
I am guessing that you have your appearance up.
Yes.
There's no need to give me anything in return, but I just wanted to. I thought if anybody could appreciate it, it would be you.
Should I open now, or?
You can open it whenever you like. There's no pressure to open it in front of me.
Okay, she opens it anyway.
Okay, you open the box, and immediately this strong yellow glow just kind of emanates out from it, and you look down, and there's this very large blooming flower. The center of it is this beautiful golden color, and it kind of like gradiates out to a sunset orange. And there's just these little bits of pollen just kind of floating around it, and this kind of like filigree of gold coming out from the center and up the petals. It's a sun lotus, and they are very rare, and they are native to the desert.
Oh my, did you grow this?
I did actually. It took a few years, but it bloomed not too long ago. It's rather remarkable, actually. If you eat it raw, it will grant you health and will restore your vitality. You can also brew it into potions that grant health and vitality as well. On a more technical aspect, eating it raw will grant you 2d8 hit points. It will also lesser restoration. It also casts lesser restoration on you if you eat it raw. You can also brew a salve of greater restoration, a potion of superior healing, or a potion of invulnerability from it. You so choose.
Excellent. Priaria is very flustered as she looks at this very beautiful plant. She's kind of slowly puts the lid back on, and she just like kind of fidgets like, I know you have no way of knowing that I am not from here. You know that. I'm sorry. It's just where I am from. Such a grand gesture with you just proposed to me.
Oh, he immediately turns beet red. And he goes, I mean, not that I don't think you're beautiful. That would be very forward, very upfront, and
I know this is quite a lot.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Please don't think poorly of me. I hope I did not disrespect.
It's fine. I just I felt I should explain. Thank you. Do you still? I understand it is not meant in this way. Do you still wish to give?
I mean, yes, but I don't mean to propose. Not that I don't. You're very lovely, and I do like you quite a bit, but it's not any kind of marital contract.
I just okay. Do you hear that?
Should we? Maybe I should just get. Maybe I'll put the kettle on. Some tea. Yes, some tea. I'm gonna put some tea on. Yes, I'm gonna do that. And he goes over and then maybe we'll divert. I mean, we'll start brewing some potions, and I could teach you some other things maybe.
Oh yes, that would be quite. I also I think I heard a small noise. I would just go.
You heard a small noise.
Oh yes, when I was outside, I see many birds and small things around the window. I was afraid one may have gotten in. I was just going to, if you don't mind me checking. It's just I'm good with animals, you see, and
sure. Perhaps you just need some fresh air.
Oh yes, that is fine. Okay, I will open the window if that is all right while you make tea.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Which window do you open?
Oh, whichever one's furthest away from the kitchen.
I figured. It would be up near the study.
Yes, so she's going to go do that, and she's going to use the flustered frenzy that has just been worked up to excuse herself.
Okay.
Away. Okay, so he's in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Priaria's up by the study.
Mm-hmm. His back
that
is turned to
where-
you. His back is turned to you. He is making tea.
Excellent. Where did Urimir find the book? Was it in the study or was it up in his room?
It was upstairs.
Okay. She's going to, let's see. Hold on, what was my spell?
What are you doing, Prairie?
Some shifty things. Okay, she's going to cast Minor Illusion to kind of make the sounds of her like shuffling around in the room, and is going to sneak as quickly and quietly as she can upstairs.
Hear me. First of all, thank you for the raid, Fateful Encounters. Thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Let me shout y'all out real quick. So I'm sorry. What are you casting, Prayaria?
Minor Illusion. She's using it to make sounds.
Coming from. Oops.
Coming from the study.
Okay. What are the sounds?
Just like shuffling. Just like, somebody moving around in the other room.
Okay. And you go upstairs real quick?
Yes.
Make a stealth check for me.
Excellent. Are we able to do that in
the forge? Yes.
In the forge. Okay, cool.
Oh wow. Plus 10? Woo. Holy poop.
I am very proficient.
Holy poop, that's very high. You dart up to the second floor. You know that you have to be fast.
Yes. She immediately puts the first book, the not hidden book, down on the desk. She might put it under some papers or something, just
okay.
in case he's been looking for it. And she starts looking for the notch on the desk to put the other one back.
Make an investigation check.
Ooh. Okay, that's a 10.
With a 10, you don't find it. It's hard. Like, you could spend more time trying to find it, or you could just drop the book on top of the other one and go back downstairs. But you know that you do not have the time.
Yikes. Okay. Yeah, she just puts the other book. It just fell out of the bottom of the table or something.
Like underneath the table?
Yeah, she just put it on the floor, maybe it just fell. I don't know. And then she goes back downstairs.
All right, you make your way back downstairs. Give me another stealth check real quick. Which I have a feeling you'll do positively fine.
14?
14? Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
It wasn't that high because he is so flustered. And he almost he wants to stay away from you for a little while because he feels like he has completely ruined this relationship. And he does hear you kind of moving. He does hear you moving around, but he doesn't turn around, and he just kind of waits for you to approach. But the books have been returned. Outside of that, I'm guessing for the rest of this interaction, you learn things.
Yes, she will do her best to make it not awkward anymore now that she's gotten what she needs to do done.
Okay.
And she does like work.
All right. Then we're going to move over to Samson, I believe, and Finn? Was there anyone else with you? Just Samson and Finn?
Just us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what are you two doing?
We are walking through the market, correct?
Walking to the market. We're going to find a magic shop of some kind, a place where we could order some Meridium to the house in question over at 628 emerald, and also buy some other stuff
Okay.
and
'Cause,
whatnot.
do you guys want to roleplay this out? I know we're.
I don't need to roleplay buying stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you guys wanted to roleplay buying stuff. You were looking for a movable rod, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that's 2,000 gold.
2,000 gold?
Mm-hmm.
That's a really expensive stick, Samson.
I know. Let's see how much we have.
How much do we have?
We got like 6,000 gold. It's fine.
Is the stick really worth it? I mean, can't we take a stick and just hold person or something?
It's a little.
I guess a stick wouldn't really be a person, would it?
I mean, her price is a little bit aggressive.
You could try to haggle.
Can I haggle him down?
Which you
can I
always try to haggle.
I will help.
Yeah. Can I cast friends and try to haggle him down to a reasonable price of 1,000 gold instead?
Sure. Make a persuasion check, I believe.
Great. That is going to be with advantage, right?
Yeah, because I'm smiling at them.
And I cast friends.
You get your friends, but you don't get advantage with Finn.
Who can say no to this face, Lauren?
That'd be a 16.
16? Yeah, I would say you'd be able to haggle it down to 1,000.
Great. We also want to buy.
I think that's fair.
We also want to buy as many greater healing potions as we can.
I don't know how much any of these are off the top of my head. Give me a second. All right.
While you're doing that, and we're waiting for
150
Kyle,
each.
While we're waiting for Kyle to come back from the from the back with all of our greater healing potions, all that he has, I'm gonna look over at Finn. I'm saying, so Finnalai,
Samson.
how was your date?
Oh, I think it went really well, actually. Well, most of it went really well. We almost, well, no, we didn't almost drown her. We just got a woman, wet in the lake, and then we hit her with a candle.
On purpose?
Well, yeah, but it was just playing around, you know?
Okay.
And then we talked a lot, and we learned a lot about each other.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say that you dunked a woman in the lake?
Yeah.
And Hesperis was cool with that?
Well, not at first, but I convinced her.
Okay. Go on.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. But then I guess she thinks I'm a little young. Like, she called me a toddler.
Well, that's preposterous. Why would she say that?
I don't know. I guess in elf years, I'm very young, she was saying. And I don't know, I just wanted to ask you, like, are there things that, like, do you have any tips for me to act more mature? You know, like to show her that I'm really mature? Because you're, like, really old, right? And maybe you can teach me how to act old, too. But in a good way, like a mature way, not like an old, crusty way.
Every fiber of Samson's being is hurt, but that's okay.
Not that you're crusty and old. That's, I'm just going for cool, mature, old.
Finnalai, you're not an elf, right?
Well, no, as you can see, I'm half elf.
Okay. And she definitely knows that. Okay, that's fine.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of obvious, right?
I mean, one would think. I mean, I don't know. Yes, Kyle, we're gonna take 4 of those greater healing potions. Yeah, I don't. Maybe it's just a surprise.
No, you've got to have tips for me. Come on.
Yeah, you're what? You're what? Early 20s? You've been on lots of dates, right?
Well, no, but I want to act like I have. This was like my first one.
I can see. Okay. All right. So I can see how you might feel that way. So here's what I would do. When you're dealing with someone who's a little bit more experienced than you are, I would recommend that you kind of let them lead the situation. You know, you don't want necessarily to, you don't want to command the room or anything like that. They've been on lots of dates or they've been in lots of situations. You want to let them lead you a little bit.
But if I let her lead, then she'll think I'm like a baby or something. She'll think I don't have like initiative or something.
I don't know if that's the case, because like if you, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Sometimes there's a great sense of maturity in knowing what your limitations are. You know, it's like, I can only go so far, and I think it's a good idea. This is just me. I would recommend, asking Hesperis what she wants to do. You don't necessarily have to get her to do the things that you want to do, but to find out the things that she wants to do, and then join in on those. Does that make sense? Find out what her needs are for the date.
I guess so. So I just ask her what she wants to do and let her decide, and that'll make me more mature.
Yeah, I would say what you want to try and do, because Hesperis is a little bit older than you. I think probably twice as much so.
Just like a little bit.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to find something that Hesperis enjoys and figure out why she likes it. Like be curious about it, because it's going to seem really boring. But if you're going to be mature, you need to at least act interested. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah. Act interested in boring stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, Finn. Hesperis is a treasure.
I agree.
She is gorgeous. She is smart. She's kind. She's generous. And if you're going to not mess this up, you got to kind of lean into it a little bit, because you're punching up here, okay?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's true. Is there any kind of like, cologne or something that I can borrow from you?
You don't want to wear my cologne. Hesperis hates me. You don't want to smell like me, I promise.
Okay.
Yeah. You just be the best version of yourself and you'll be okay.
Be the best version of myself, but muted and quiet, because I'm listening.
You're listening to Hesperis. You're not listening to everyone else. Just find out what she likes and then try to engage in that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
No, that's what I would suggest. I mean, like, did you have fun?
It was so much fun. Yeah. She's a lot more, well, between you and me, she's a lot more fun than I expected her to be, right? Because she doesn't often show that side. So, yeah.
Did you ask her if she had fun?
I guess I didn't. But I thought she was having fun. She was laughing. That's usually what you do when you're... Do you think she...
Hesperis has laughed at every joke I've ever made. I don't think ever once she thought it was funny. I know, it's hard. It's very tough. Thank you, Kyle.
Oh my god, no. Hesperis shouldn't have any fun on our date.
That was 600 gold for the 4.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think I'm so happy. Did you set up a second date?
I mean,
don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Well, let's wait till after we find Uri's dad. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, I asked her to like read a book together. Does that count?
To read a book together.
Yeah, like she was going to the library to get a new book, and I thought it would be. I mean,
Finn, did you see her the last time she had a book? Her mouth moves when she reads.
I mean, mine
Like-
does too. We could move our mouths together. It could be a bonding experience, right?
Just make sure it has pictures, and you'll be okay.
Okay. All right. Hey, I held her hand. I did it twice.
Very
Once
good.
when we were running away, and the second time when we were shooting my sling.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It was very warm.
I'm glad. Try not to be so excited about that. That'll make you seem more mature.
Oh, okay. I mean, it was really exciting, but I guess I just have to act like it's not a big deal.
I know. You need to act like you belong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. Like I
know,
belong.
It's tough. It's tough.
Right.
You're doing great. You're already like one date in. You'll see.
Okay. All right, so don't ask her for a second date yet. Real date,
Yeah,
not a
like-
book reading date. Okay.
Yeah, be a little bit coy with it,
Coy.
and then come back with it.
Okay. Act coy. All right. Thank you. That really helps.
Need
I'm
to-
hoping.
Here, take one of these potions.
Okay. Wait, am I taking it? Taking it?
I'm just keep it
Taking
on your person.
150 gold.
Keep it on your person. It's a greater healing potion.
Okay, I'll put it in my bag.
So, you guys shop.
Jesus Christ.
How is that good and simultaneously awful?
So the main piece of advice is ask Hesperis what she wants to do. Have you ever had a conversation with Hesperis? Okay.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
no.
going to be after
That was wonderful.
This is gonna be delicious.
I have a picture book, Hesperis.
Wait.
I've noticed that you move your mouth while you're reading, so
I love that so much.
Oh,
Oh my
I
that's
got
gonna
an
be so
ABC
good.
book.
I've got 12 intelligence. I'm above average, you guys.
Okay.
I can't wait for Finn's attempts at being coy.
I love it.
I know. I'm so excited. With that,
While we're out, let's go. Can we find Cyprian?
I thought we were
call him or
supposed to
something?
wait.
were you
for everybody
buying?
else.
Were you buying Meridium?
Oh
too?
yeah, we ordered Meridium to Horace's house.
Okay, that would cost all of. Like, you can get a small little chunk for all of the rest of your money.
How much gold? How much money do I have?
You said like 6,000. You can get a small. It's definitely not grade A.
We will buy. Can we buy? It's that expensive? How much is it?
Can we buy some
Samson.
empty crates with the word Meridian written on the
Yeah.
side?
Can we get some empty crates and fuck up the ledgers? We already have access to the
You
ledgers.
could definitely do something shady and like buy a whole bunch of like get some boxes maybe and like set
Can
up
I
a
buy-
scam that you are ordering large things of Meridian.
No, we want to
Written
make sure they
Meridium
take
and
it.
crayon.
We want to make sure that if they open it up, they take it back to the right place. Can we buy 1,000 gold pieces worth of Meridium?
Sure.
All right, cool.
It's just not gonna be grade A.
Okay.
Is the immovable rod like a stick? Is it really just a stick?
It's a
No,
rod.
it's an immovable rod. It takes I think 1,000 pounds of force to move it after it's been clicked.
Can I toss it up and down
Yeah.
while
Yeah,
we're
it's
walking
just-
through the market?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It's like yay big. You click
have
it
to,
on
like,
one
turn it
side,
on.
and then you click it,
Oh, no.
and then it just holds in place.
It's gonna be. It's an
Forever.
amazing tool.
Yeah, we
So-
should probably get back with the others, and then we can
Yeah.
find him.
I'm
Oh,
I have an
pretty-
idea though.
Can I
You got an
build
idea?
an immovable rod?
Okay.
So
We have-
you regroup with the others at this point.
I do. And I give one greater healing potion to Hesperis and one to
Thank you so
Praeria.
much. Oh, that's All right, I have this now. She just shows him the box with the.
We
nice
got a
flower
bunch
in
of
it.
them.
When you guys see Luden, he's a little bit like, he's not off in the corner or anything like that, but he is just like thinking to himself a little bit. And he just looks like very contemplative. What do you guys see? Just want to put that out there.
Luden, we got you a potion.
Thank you.
Hey, catch this! I'm gonna throw the rod at him.
Catch the rod.
Isn't it cool?
What is it?
It's a rod.
Yeah. What is it called again?
It's an immovable one, and it's mine. So
Luden just
What,
starts
you click
moving
this
it
up.
around.
Just click the button. Just click the button.
And then he'll click the button and try and move it, and obviously like stops in his hand. He'll be like,
It really does work!
he'll
You
let
could
go and just be like,
do a pull-up on it.
he's gonna start trying to push it.
Do a
What is
pull-up,
this?
Luden!
What is this for? How is it
Pull-ups.
all over around it?
It's a workout tool.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's called magic, Luden.
Yeah, I get that, Uri, but like, it's just a rod.
An
Yeah.
an immovable rod.
No
When you
move.
can- yeah, you can't move it.
Hence the name.
Whatever.
Excellent.
Just walk a little over.
Is anyone going to try to do a pull-up on it?
I will. I will.
Finn winks at Samson like.
As everyone looks at this exchange, like, what is going on?
Then we'll swagger over to the immovable rod and try and do a pull-up. Is it a strength check?
Athletics.
That's okay. I could do this. That's a 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do fairly well. It's not like like
few kicks.
It's not like Christian who, but it's just kind of like.
Not like literal Christian. Not like literal Christian.
Yeah. One arm in it. Just...
That was
you do pull up.
easy. Easy.
Very nice.
Job.
Go ahead, Samson.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to get it back down. I guess I'll just jump up there. I jump up and grab it, and then and then fall back down to the ground.
Click it.
While
and fall back down.
Samson is mid-air, I'll say to him, I got a book at the library, so when we get back to Spirit, I've already read the book, so if you want to read the book, then I will have it there when you want to read it.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, that sounds. Does it have like lots of pictures in it?
No, it's poetry. It's Elvish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Finn, isn't your book due soon?
what? What do you mean?
He means you calling Cyprian anytime soon.
Is there a specific location we have to be in to get in contact with Cyprian, or?
Wait, do you like poetry, Hesperis?
Yes, I do. I like this particular poet. Quite a lot. Yeah.
Maybe do poetry later. We are trying to meet with Cyprian, right?
Right. Yeah, I have an idea on how to get him to come out.
Which is...
Well, I figured we could all hide, and well, it's kind of mean, actually, now that I think about it. I project maybe like an illusion of Cassius, and then he'll come out to look at him, and then we say, hi, Cyprian. Surprise. No? I thought it was,
No, it's a very clever idea. It's just that Cassius or Ami has been out walking with us
quite a lot of the day, and Cyprian has not showed up then.
Oh. Wait, what time was it when he was on the bench?
6 p.m. or something.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
The evening.
Yeah.
Do you want to take Cassius with you all?
No, not at this one.
Okay.
Maybe he'll come out during the day. Or do you think he only comes out at night?
Like a bat. I don't know.
I bet I could get a hold of him if we wanted to set up a meeting for later.
He's been following us all this time. I'm sure he will find us.
How would you get a hold of him?
I'll just go over to the alluring embers and sit wistfully beside the chasm, and I bet he'll come find me.
Why don't we all just go sit wistfully by the cavern?
It would probably work.
How does one sit wistfully?
Agreed. What is a whist?
You know what? I'll show you. Are you all okay leaving now?
It's just crisscross applesauce.
What is applesauce?
Is there anything anyone needs to get done before we head out? Or
I'm good.
No.
All right, 1 second, everyone. And Luda's gonna head over to Hinnavi, and be like, "Hey, Hinnavi. So I know that you were looking for Cyprian again. Apparently, one of the party members has made contact with Cyprian, and we will be having a conversation with him. Did want to let you know, just in case anyone did find him tailing. We have no idea how to find him. But we're going to try some things. But right now, it seems that the contact that Finnalai has made us a little bit more curious about his motives and who exactly he is. I'm sure I can report back any details of this meeting when I get back, and to my knowledge, if he is involved with Hush or not. Is that okay?
Do you need any backup? Do you want some of us to tail and take a step back?
Not this time. I don't think
Sure.
Cyprian... Yeah, I don't think Cyprian is the one to try to do something in public. And as I said, right now, me and the party are not in the best of graces. We're not like yours, by any means necessary, but I don't want to put fuel on that flame. If that makes any sense.
Well, be careful.
Sure thing. And if there is a large issue, I'm quite sure a large ruckus will be heard, and you guys will know where we are. We are going to, and then he tells the location, like we're going outside of the strands of Saffron Inn. There's a little fountain there, so near Sable's Oasis. But I doubt anything is going to happen.
Right. Well, do be careful. Would hate if anything happened to you.
I appreciate that. We'll be back soon.
Good luck.
And thank you. He'll give a smile, little wink, and head over.
She
back
just
to
kind
the-
of smiles and she turns away very quickly.
So, Luden, all you get when you return is just a little.
That's all.
He just keeps walking.
Pretend we weren't watching, but we totally were.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Let's go to this place and talk
All
to
right.
this dude I don't like.
I lead the party to the chasm where I found Cyprian the first time when he was dangling his legs over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And I go and dangle my legs over the same area and just wait. Because I assume he'll find us and he'll take that as an opportunity to come talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
Luden will
Because
get Samson.
that's kind of what he did when he wanted me to come talk to him.
Yeah.
Luden will look at Samson like very clueless and just be looking around like Is this what wistfully sitting does? It just brings people. All you have to do is sit down.
What do you think's at the bottom of that chasm?
Probably not Cyprian.
So alone is west.
Yeah, just jump. You'll see.
So
You
you
can
sit
fly,
here.
right?
It takes about an hour or two. But
In efforts to entertain Finnalai, Hesperis is gonna take like a pebble and throw it into the chasm to see if we can like hear it hit the bottom just while we're waiting.
You don't
gradually do like bigger rocks. Do you think?
I'm sorry, you said we don't hear it?
You don't hear it hit the bottom.
After an hour?
We've been sitting
It's too far away to hear it, I
it's
think.
too far away to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That rock fell for an hour.
What if I took this
I mean-
boulder?
That's what it sounded like to me.
No.
Whatever.
What if
Okay.
it hits a dragon's head on the way down?
Well, that would make
We'll
for a
know
very
in about an hour.
interesting evening.
It takes about an hour or two, but eventually you see a elven man approach you all, and of course not looking like Cyprian. Blonde hair, green tunic, and he walks up and says, "Look at this whole group has come to speak with me this time. What a pleasant surprise."
Hey, the wistful sitting did actually work.
Good evening. Yes, we were hoping to speak with you as a group. Is this a good place to have a conversation?
It depends on the topic of the conversation.
You know I
Is
was
this
here.
Well, yes, I would prefer to speak in a more private, secluded area. Away from prying eyes and ears. At least most. I know you all are accustomed to talking about private matters in public places, but I'd prefer this conversation taken in private.
I want to hit him so bad. Smug SOB.
That sounds like a good idea. Looking at the growing anger on Urimir's face.
He kind of like smirks at all of you and he says, "Shall we hold hands then?" I don't bite. Unless you ask.
Sure. Finn goes to stand up and hold Cyprian's and then Hesperis. That's how he positions himself.
I'll hold Cyprian's other hand.
Okay.
Come on, guys. I've done this before. It's fine. It's safe.
And the hand holding is a part of it.
Yes. It's gonna feel really weird at first, but don't worry. We won't die.
Well, Arya grabs Urimir's hand and then grabs Samson's other hand.
All right.
Yeah, Hesperis takes Finn and then just kind of takes. I'm sure Luden is not cooperating, but is
Yeah,
going to
we'll pull Luden in and he's grab one of his hands.
Just so confused. And he's like, what is going on?
It's better not to ask too many questions. It's
My
fine.
hands, Luden.
It's part of the thing. Did you not hear?
All right. So
He's so nice.
So, Luden, as you are the last individual to take hold of one of your friend's hands, all of you immediately feel as if you're being stretched through a needle of an eye. You feel yourself compress very rapidly. The pressure on your ears is extremely uncomfortable, like that of a pressurized cabin on a plane. And very abruptly, your ears pop, and the building pressure is immediately relieved. And you look around and you find yourself in a completely different location. One that you are familiar with, Finnalai. You are completely surrounded by rocks in a sandstone room about 50 feet by 50 feet. The most notable feature of this place is that there is no entrance or exit, but you do see a massive gaping hole in the ceiling and sand pouring down into the chasm, into this chasm in the center of the room. But it feels like the sand has kind of filled the room mostly. And And it looks as though there used to be a tunnel that led from this place, but the cave extinguished any hope of leaving long ago. He kind of looks at you all and he goes, a little bit of a passageway that was caved in quite a long time ago. But you are still near Sable, I assure you. If you don't mind, do you have ways to disguise yourselves?
Ludin just puts his hood up or puts his mask down.
That should do. And the rest of you. Mother loves to intrude from time to time, and I assure you it's for your own safety as well as my own. I have ways of knowing when she is watching. And if there happens to be an abrupt change in conversation, I ask that you go along with it for both of our sakes.
We can do that. Right, guys?
I can help 2 people.
He also has potions on hand in case to change your appearance.
Yes.
So.
These are the vestments of an acolyte of Remblace. I don't carry other clothing with me, but I can do something.
I will disguise self to make myself just look like, I don't know, more look like Groon, and then just a half-orc, green half-orc guy. And then I'll just cast invisibility on Hesperis.
Oh, okay. I mean, thank you.
Hesperis, you immediately disappear.
May I continue speaking, or is part of it that I am?
No. You can talk all you want. It's fine. Got like an hour. I'll do the same. I can actually make 2 people invisible, so I'll make Hesperis and Ludin invisible.
Oh, I can do that too. I'll touch Urimir. Invisible.
Thank you.
So the only person visible, or the only people visible, is Praeria, Samson, and Ludin?
Praeria, Samson, and Finn, which tracks.
I was about to say, yeah.
The original
so
traitors that were here and visible.
Actually, if you don't, I'd prefer to be visible.
Oh. Okay. Praeria.
Wait, has there been a short rest amount of time between this morning and this talk now?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, we were sitting wistfully for a while. Okay.
Sure.
So she'll just use her Furball magic to disguise self again. Just like a human.
Okay.
A regular human.
Is everyone disguised at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, Finn will make himself
disguise.
look like the human from before.
I disguise self, like my Aurelius disguise.
He kind of like crosses his arms and kind of leans in, looking at you all. Wonderful. So I am guessing that you're seeking my help with your situation. And he looks at you, Urimir.
What kind of help are you offering?
I'm offering more help than you could possibly imagine. I dare say more than any Sparrowhawk as well. I know what Hush is working on, and I know where your father is. Valerius, right?
He grits his teeth as his father's name comes out of Cyprian's mouth. He says, "So where is he?"
I can tell you where he is, but terms are in order, as previously discussed with your friend Finnalai.
So what is it that you want?
As I have told your friend Finnalai, I would like to speak with Cassius, and I need... He kind of, like, looks at you all for a second, narrowing his eyes, thinking. He goes, I need Finnalai's permission.
To do what?
I need his permission to speak with Cassius.
Why, he can't see you?
He kind of looks at you. Yes. So that he may see me and hear me.
Oh. Oh, that's how that works.
Interesting.
Why only Lyre? I'm sorry, why only Finn?
He kind of looks from you to Finn. Because Finnalai is a true friend of Cassius. At least, I believe that he is.
Insight check.
Aww.
No, I believe that you're his friend.
No, that's Finn. He goes, oh.
What are you looking for?
Is that the reason that he needs, I need a best friend's permission? Or is it like there is a magical component in that I need to be invited by a specific person in order to do this thing? Is he couching it in, I'm his friend, to make it less... Is it because Finn has something, is holding something, is for some reason the guardian, and that's like the component of some kind of spell or something?
Sure, go ahead and make an insight check.
I see what you. Yeah.
It's called friendship.
Go ahead and make an
Finn,
insight check.
Finn is the one that brought him back
18.
to life.
An 18?
I need the power of friendship.
Yeah. I feel like it's that Finn is in some way some sort of magical guardian or something. I got an 18 of suspicion and lack of trust.
You all of your gut instincts on both of those counts that you mentioned are tingling pretty good.
Okay.
Got a good gut feeling on the two things that you just mentioned to me.
That he's being like genuine with this?
That it's something a little bit more serious and arcane than just you're his friend. There's some more concrete thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Ludin just goes, okay, so if you needed Finn, and just Finn, why then did you want to speak to all of us? Or did you want to speak to all of us? I'm a little confused at, like, why? Just why? You need to speak to Cassius.
Because he didn't know who it was at first.
Right. So I don't know.
We also need information from him.
There's also the matter of assured trust and privacy. You cannot tell anyone anything I would tell you. This is the utmost importance. If you fuck me over, you and I both will have to deal with Mother Lilith Demise, and I assure you, if you find me disconcerting, she is by far worse than I. And those are my terms. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
He kind of looks at you all and says, I submitted myself to a circle of truth from your Finnalai willingly and was more than forthright. Surely you can do these two things I ask of you. Trust me, I considered writing up a magically binding contract. Perhaps against my better judgment, but I am giving you my complete trust on this. I need all of you to give me your word.
Our word that, we won't share any of the knowledge that you claim to have?
Yeah, let me recap for us. You're going to tell us where Yrmir's father is. You're going to tell us everything that you know about Hush. You're going to tell us the best way we can go about finding him and recovering him successfully. And we are going to never tell anyone that information, other than the 6 of us here. And we're also going to give you 10 minutes with Cassius.
Well, you still want to talk to Cassius after his memories have been restored, right?
That is correct.
I think 10 minutes is kind of short, don't you, Samson?
I think 10 minutes is plenty of time.
I think it is worthwhile to ask. We don't know you very well. You showed up in a couple of library books, very exciting for you. We don't know why Cassius cannot see you, and we have no way of knowing if that is for his own protection. And as you said, Finnalai is a true friend of Cassius. How do we know that you will not take advantage of us?
How would I take advantage of you?
What business do you have with Cassius? Can you make any sort of pledge that he is in no harm from interacting with you?
I will not harm him, I assure you. I only wish to speak to someone that I've known. I have not spoken to him. I've not seen him in thousands of years.
You saw him yesterday.
How does 10 minutes sound?
It would be nice if you could give me more than 10.
Or do you want?
An hour.
How long?
An hour.
I look at Finn.
Alone with him.
Preferably so that I could share the private information that I have with him.
Cyprian. I know that you're talking about wanting to see Cassius, but I kind of want to go back a little bit in the conversation. You said if we share any of this information, we'll make an enemy of Lilith de Mise.
Yes, dearest mother. And like when he says that, it feels with your passive insight, Finnalai, I believe Finnalai has the highest passive insight. With your passive insight, definitely Finnalai. With the rest of you, let me see. Luden, yeah, you would see it. You would notice as well. And Hesperis, I would say Hesperis as well. It almost feels like he's trying to say something else, but his mouth is forcing him to say dearest mother.
And he'll just say, so from my understanding, if we make this deal with you, we're not only making it with you, we're making it with your dear mother as well.
No.
No.
This is a deal with me. I ask you not to share it, so that you and I will not have to deal with her. Trust me. I wish nothing but terrible things on that woman.
That's fine, but could you please make it a little bit more clear on why we would be dealing with anyone else but you and the people that we share this information with?
She can listen in on him.
Okay.
Is she why you cannot talk to him?
Cyprian, is she cruel to you?
Is a master cruel to its slave?
Could you please answer the question? Why does it matter if we tell someone else what we discuss here?
I cannot tell you unless I have your word. You would understand if you knew what I had.
Luden. He's a traitor. But he's not treacherous to us. He's betraying someone else.
That's fair, Samson. But I don't want to betray my people either. Does that make any sense? But I'm totally willing, if this is what the party wants, to step out and go along with whatever the party has to go with.
I think we would all be more comfortable if we knew exactly what it is about your dearest mother that has you so shaken up.
I genuinely do not think that he can say physically.
He literally can't.
How convenient.
Right.
Cyprian, do you want to give us a smile?
What for?
I think it's a lineage thing. The Scareth.
He kind of looks at you, and he kind of smirks for a moment. I haven't heard that name in quite some time. The history books look down rather poorly on the name Viscarith, but they don't look down on the name Demise, not yet at least. At least that's the name she gives herself now. She holds power and control over all born under her, and she refers to her coven as a family, and prides herself on the selections that she has made. Her hubris is unparalleled, but if credit must be given where credit is due, and I abhor admitting it, I'd be lying if I said she wasn't a unique specimen, and her gifts and talents is what fuels her god complex.
Her collections.
Are you a part of her collection?
Unfortunately.
I just
And he
want
kind
him
of
to show me his teeth.
I mean, obviously, like, when he smiles at you, you can when he smiled at you when you said that, you can very clearly see his vampiric teeth.
We all see that.
Yeah, you all see it. And he just kind of looks at you all, and as you kind of talk about the collection, and he says, yes, her collection. He kind of rolls his eyes. For lack of a better terms, my licentious brothers and sisters consider me the black sheep of the family. Mother considers me a challenge and loves to impose herself and her will upon me frequently. To be made an example of. How does she phrase it so lovingly? The others are clay, but you are iron, Cyprian, stubborn and strong, yet with enough force and effort, iron can be bent and forged into something far greater than that of clay. Perhaps that's why she refers to them as clay. My siblings, the collection. The sycophants fawning over her for approval, love, attention, and power.
Is Micah one of your siblings?
Micah? He kind of looks at Finnalai and then back to you. And he says, my newest sibling, rather annoying and boorish. Yes, if we are to save your father, he will need to be distracted.
Is Micah here?
I'm sorry, you've been asking a lot of questions, and I feel like I've, once more, given you plenty of information, and you have yet to still give me the two things I've asked. Very simple.
We'll give you an hour, at least. And Finn looks at the others. Cassius said he wanted this. And I don't think Cassius would be okay with us stealing time from him either. From his conversation that he wants.
I don't want to be far away from him when it happens.
We won't, but it's private. He glances at Cyprian. It's a private conversation, and we should allow them to have it.
For what it's worth, Finn's right. There's nothing that any of us are going to do that Cassius can't. He'll be okay.
We can be outside the room, even.
Not until we get my father back.
No, but it's gonna be a while because he wants to talk to Cassius when Cassius gets his memories back.
Pray.
And who? Oh.
Hi.
Will you make the deal?
Myrhh? Do we make the deal? For what is worth, he has been more than fair.
Fine. But if anything happens to any of us, if anything happens to my father, if any of this goes south because of you, no one, not even your mother, will be able to stop me from ending you.
He just kind of looks at you and he smiles and he says, "Good. You're gonna need that anger and that fire for what lies ahead."
So the deal.
So
you will tell us everything that we need to know to get Urimir's father out. What you can tell us about Push and where we need to go to get him out. We will not tell of any of that to anyone else, nor that we heard it from you. And you will get 1 hour with Cassius. And I gesture to Praeria, who has the magic hand powers.
Ludin's gonna walk, still invisible. He's actually gonna try and stealth away from the rest of the group and just try and be on the other side of the room. He's gonna cover up his ears.
Like you have our word.
I have. I'm going to need to hear it from all of you.
All right. You have my word.
And he'll shake your hand.
She just shakes it normally, since
Oh.
everybody else is gonna have to do the thing.
He goes to you, Samson.
Oi.
Do I have
Oi.
your word?
Oi. Yes.
He goes to you, Finnalai. Do I have yours?
You have mine.
He goes to Urimir next. I forget who's invisible, so like...
It's Ludin and I are invisible.
Okay. He goes to Urimir next. Do I have your word?
You have my word.
Walks, he kind of looks around. Hesperis.
Oh. It's very disquieting that you know my name, but yes, you have my word.
Ludin, do I have your word?
I'd prefer if you went ahead and sent me back, please. Before, though, can I speak with Urimir for 1 moment?
I'll walk over to you.
Yeah. And Luda's just gonna whisper really quietly, like, I don't want to be the one that ruins this for you.
know.
So, listen.
I know how it
listen,
looks.
Urimir, listen. There's something I have not told the party. I would hope that this could come out a different way. Well, not at all, to be honest, because I don't think that everyone would look at me the exact same way, but I'll tell you. And I hope you'll keep it a secret. But I have to tell the truth. And before we left, I made a promise to Hennepy that I would share any information that I got from this interaction. We can dwell on this a little bit later, the specifics of it. That being said, I don't think I can agree to Cyprian's terms without jeopardizing all of our safety. So with that, don't tell me anything. I'll be with the party and I'll do whatever you need to do. I told you I'm with you 100% of the way. But in order for me to make sure that all of us are safe, I don't need to be a part of this conversation. And so I'm going to leave and I trust you to make whatever decision you need, right? And point me in the direction that you need to go. But we're going to get your father back, okay? And we'll talk more about this later. And he's gonna walk past Urimir and walk over to Cyprian and be like, if you don't mind, I think I need to leave.
Before you even finish talking, he and just the sand swirls up.
Cool.
And you're back where you were next to the alluring embers.
And he'll just sit down at the hole.
Wistfully.
No, not wistfully this time. It's just.
He kind of looks. Cyprian looks at you for a moment, and he goes, "I appreciate your honesty, and I respect that." And just disappears again.
When Urimir turns around, the saddest look that's ever been on anyone's face is on Samson's face, looking at him.
Oh.
He just shrugs. He couldn't agree. But it's fine.
You seal the deal, pray.
I don't think you'll break it. I don't think it's necessary.
So,
All right. Good.
you have all of our words. What can you tell us?
Right. He kind of like looks around the room, looks down at his ring, just to make sure. And he kind of leans in. He says, Hush is a network of criminals home to Trench. Within the last few years, well, I say few, but few for mortals. 20 years or so, they established a network here in Sable. Queen Anitha, of course, has neglected her duties, or at least focuses her energies elsewhere, which lends itself to relaxed militia and security of Sable. The nobles appear to hold more power, hence an opportune location for Hush. Their motivations are typical for mortals, gold and power, which is what they used your father for. They had him developing weapons, selling those weapons. Some were quite impressive, actually. One he made, I believe I remember, he was able to reduce the size and weight of a cannon. Lightweight and handheld, but when fired produced an explosion and blast as devastating as a typical cannon. It's brilliant. Mother has eyes, many eyes, scattered throughout Auroria, and even Acacia, which is how she heard about your father and his work. She knew of him before he was moved from Locambria and Sable. She had discovered information about his masterwork. Others would find it sentimental, nostalgic, but Mother saw more. She offered Zevnik 500,000 gold to bring your father to Sable, along with all the resources to build this masterwork. 30 of them, to be exact, with a few modifications to the original design. She was rather furious when she found out he had hid his plans. So she asked Zevnik to coax him into developing new plans quickly. And he kind of looks up at you all, and he looks at you, Urimir, and there's like this hint of like he feels sorry for you. And then he kind of looks down for a moment and says, She sent for me to see to it that her will be done. 5 mirrors have already been made and delivered to Mother. Your father has a small team of mages working to help him. The mirrors. You see, there is something far more valuable than gold and weapons. And he kind of looks to you, Samson. You know what your father's masterwork is, don't you?
I've got an idea.
Do you? Do you have any guesses?
You're the one with all the answers.
I am, but I'm very curious about you as well. I can see that you,
We didn't pay for your curiosity.
he kind of his eyes flicker for a moment, irritated. Not just when I thought we were starting to get along so famously. Well, it brings back any individual in this world, but it also keeps them there. At least, that's how I understand it. The other side of the mirror is a small demiplane that keeps the soul of the individual that was called upon. Keeps it there, but Mother's changes traps them there against their will. And it can be called upon at the whim of anyone who commands it. In this case, it has been created specifically so that Mother can command it. You may call upon any individual, living or dead, by simply speaking their name.
Call upon them in there, and they come into this mirror demiplane.
Yes. As I said.
Living or dead?
Living or dead. It was previously dead, but with Mother's modifications, it is living or dead now.
What does she plan to do with them? Why does she want so many?
As I said, there is something much more valuable than gold or weapons in this world, and that is information. I don't know exactly what she plans to do with it. Mother doesn't share quite every little bit of information with us. She likes to keep things close to her chest. But if I were in her shoes, can you imagine the individuals that you could summon into this mirror? Legends, people who know secrets, people who know where bits of Vera herself lie to this day. The pieces of Vera that are scattered across this world, the legends that depict and voice that certain people know, but their names are long gone now because they have died, long since died. Perhaps I'm incorrect, but if I was the wonderful, beautiful woman that she is, that is what I would do. He seemed like there's a little bit of blood that trickles down the left side of his cheek as he strains to say what he really wants to say, but yet he cannot.
Okay. So we know her plan.
Are they all here?
Where's she keeping him?
Your father? She's keeping him in the heart of Hush's little hide hole, little rat nest. I can draw you a map as to how to get to him. You will not want to walk through the front door, I assure you, although the passageway that I suggest has not been accessed in thousands of years. I would dare say that I'm probably the only one who knows if it exists. If you walk through the front door, well, you'll die rather painlessly, but quickly. My sister Camilla has quite a talent for the magical arts. Anyone who is not tattooed, let's just say they stop breathing rather abruptly and die just as quick.
Yes. I get the point. So you have a map.
Well, the back way I do. I'm happy to draw that up for you.
And the mirrors. Are they here?
The ones that are being created now, they are, but the 5 that have already left are not.
Do you know where she's taking them?
Home. She has deemed a new hall in her lively castle, the Hall of Mirrors. So whimsical and disgustingly beautiful. Ugh.
Did you say? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You see another streak of blood go down the other side of his cheek.
Yeah.
Did you say your sister is in Hush?
Camilla.
Do you mean sister as in you were born of the same parent biologically, or sister as in you share the same mother now?
We were not biologically. All of my siblings are not biological. As I said before, we were selected.
And you had no choice.
No.
How does she make her selections?
I suppose that she sees something in us, potential. He looks tired as the blood trickles down his face, like he doesn't want to fight what he really feels anymore, and just starts to speak the way she would want him to speak. She can see things that no one else can see. She picks us as a god divines their servants.
Right. May I make the assumption that you cannot tell us where this Hall of Mirrors is?
I can tell you that it is home. That is all that I can tell you.
And Micah, is he here?
Yes.
Is he? And he'll point to his teeth, like you.
Yes, anyone who is referred to as a sibling is like me. He watches your father and ensures he keeps the pace of work. He made a special request to take second rounds after Zevnik. He insisted. Made a special, insistent request to do so. He kind of trails off and looks at Urimir, and he starts to put things together as he looks from Urimir to Finn. Oh my, how did I not see it? You know this, Micah, don't you? I'm guessing you have something to do with his obsessive fascination with your father.
Has he hurt him?
No. But the way that he looks at him is the same way that someone itches to grab their sword and do so.
He looks angry at first and then just sad at hearing that.
You know, he told me some of the story. He sought out Mother. Apparently he slipped into the Crimson Keep unnoticed, and Mother was quite impressed with him. Although I'm sure that part was exaggerated upon, but she did select him. He told me he made a deal with her. Wouldn't tell me what exactly, but part of that involved him becoming a dear, wonderful sibling of mine. But yes, you will find his eyes are no longer whatever color they used to be. You see blood begin to pour from his eyes. Now.
Said he would need to be distracted. Do you have any ideas how we could or should do that?
I don't, other than perhaps me. I could try to call him some way. It would be very risky on my end. I would have to have a very good reason, and Mother would be very interested as to why I pulled him away.
Understood. We will figure something out then.
I'm guessing their deal involved your father in some way. He did seem very eager to meet him.
He doesn't say anything.
Again, your curiosity is admirable, but not necessary at this time. Is there any more information you can give us as to what we might have to do to approach Urimir's father?
He just looks at you as you say
I'm
that.
invisible.
He looks in the direction of your voice, and he just kind of like coughs a little bit as blood begins to pour down his face. And he goes, "You know, for so much that I have given you all today, you're all rather insolent and rude."
You mistake us for your friends. We're business partners at best.
No. You're right. And he kind of looks down and his eyes just kind of gloss over. And so was she. I don't have any friends. That is all I have to give you.
When we get done, how are you getting out of here? Have you got a caravan or something on the edge of town tomorrow morning?
She won't know it was me. I'll be fine.
Then we're done here.
Well, I guess I meant how are we getting out? I guess is what I really meant.
Right. Of course. That's not really part of our bargain, is it?
No, it's not.
And you've clearly made it very, very crystal clear that we are not friends. I shouldn't keep you any longer, and honestly, my time is running quite thin at the moment. My sand is nearly done from this glass, and I'd rather not risk Mother seeing you or me in this place. Shall we leave, then? And he kind of holds up his hands impatiently.
The map.
Alright, come on. He can't draw it right now, but he assures you that he will drop it off. Where you can find it.
At our super secret hideout that I'm sure he doesn't know about.
Oh, he knows about it.
Oh, of course he knows about it. Alright.
He'll be like, it'll be under the rock in the morning. Near your secret little hidey hole.
I suppose we'll meet you at Allure and Embers tomorrow afternoon.
Do you have any other further need from me?
confirmation of where we're letting you talk to Cassius.
That can be settled after we've dealt with Hush.
He kind of looks in this location. He goes, I would like to talk to him here.
I thought you wanted to talk to him when he got his memories back.
After he gets his memories back, I would like to talk to him right here.
Okay.
Okay.
A few more drops of blood leave the side of his face, like the side of his eyes. No, if you would please.
What does this place look like? Like, do I get a...
It is a completely enclosed room with light coming through the top. Completely closed chamber with like one of the holes that you've seen throughout Sable and sand pouring in.
Okay. Is there anything like written on the walls, or is there anything on the walls, or like anything of note here?
Not that you can see.
Okay. It seems strange that he wants to bring here.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
I would like to, I don't know if I have a lot of time to do so, but just while people are joining hands, if I have a second, I want to subtle spell message to Cyprian. Am I able to do that?
Yeah, you have subtle spell. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. It is not distaste or dislike that causes us to behave in this way. It's fear and security. Cassius misses you dearly. And that's it.
Can he respond?
He can.
He just kind of like coughs a little bit and he responds message and says, I'm not the one that you should fear.
Right. That's all I got.
And just go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as we start holding hands, Farrah reaches into her pocket and retrieves a handkerchief, or just kind of like puts it in his palm. There's like a little pity in her eyes, but like other than that, she doesn't say anything.
He very quickly wipes his face and rushes his hands over through his hair, and you see a pristine elven man once more. And you are immediately snapped back to alluring embers. He lets go of your hands and just forces his hands together once more, and he just disappears once again. And you are left with alluring embers. You see your friends reappear. Luden?
Well, I assume you got all the information you needed.
Yes. Let's go back to the hideout. We've got a lot to talk about.
Okay.
And with that, I think that's a good place for us to stop this evening. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Mother dearest, mother dearest, she's a beautiful soul. Here you all are so afraid of Cyprian. Let's thank our new followers this evening, shall we?
I feel like I'm being mocked. I feel like I personally am in danger at this moment.
I'm not afraid of Cyprian. I just don't like him. He's too smug for me.
Let's go.
Being afraid that somebody's gonna hurt you and being afraid that somebody's gonna fuck you over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, save it for the after show, everyone. Thank you, Zaprow's Dower 19 for the follow, Starborn 123475 for the follow, the Storycaster for the follow, Bella Nexus for the follow, Haloidy for the resub, CJ Starry for the gifted sub to Yaronai, Hello Love Does with the cheer of 10 bits, Am Sins for the follow, Fateful Encounters, of course, for the raid of 19 earlier, and Centuries Untold for the follow, and Red Beard Plays for the follow as well. If you all enjoyed this content this evening, you can follow the cast using the command FateCast. You can also use that free Twitch Prime sub to support us, or you could use a regular sub to support us as well. It of course takes a lot of work to bring you this content every week, and we want to continue bringing this awesome content every week. Subscribers get exclusive emotes, access to the secret corridor channel on our Discord. You can also catch up on all of our shows via YouTube with command YouTube. Our other shows on our channel here, on Tuesdays, which is tomorrow, we have our Twisted Veil show. They're actually doing a one-shot because my brother, who is the DM of that show, got his second COVID shot. So they're doing a very fun one-shot. So if you've never seen Through the Breach, you get to hop in on this really cool one-shot. You know, you don't have to worry about previous episodes. You can jump right in and check it out. And then, of course, if you end up loving it, which we know that you will, you can also check out the previous episodes of Twisted Veil on our YouTube as well and catch up on that show. That is Through the Breach, which is a Malifaux campaign. It's not D&D, it uses card flips, very Victorian steampunk horror, lots of fun. That's Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Deanna is in that show. On Wednesdays, we have Iron Valor, where we play Wizards of the Coast modules. They are currently playing through Candlekeep Mysteries. Brandon is the DM for that show. Christian and Raina are both in that show as well. And you can join us on Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. On Fridays, we have Short Rest, where we just chill, hang out with the cast and crew, and we just talk and hang out. And yeah. You can ask us questions, and we just bond with our audience. This Friday, I believe, we're doing LucasArts Loom with CJ, I believe. So that's going to be a ton of fun, so you can join us on Friday at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Other than that... Oh, our Kickstarter! Yes, our Kickstarter! Just a reminder, our Kickstarter is live. It is live. Remember, Zodiac is coming to Dungeons & Dragons. It utilizes a very unique Zodiac character build system. It's a campaign setting for 5e, all new races, subclasses, and a robust world to explore. We have smashed our initial goal. You can use Command Kickstarter to check it out. All of our early bird tiers are completely gone, and we're blown away. But you definitely go check it out and back it.
Y'all, we are at $73,000 on this thing, and we're just about $7,000 away from the next stretch goal. So yes. Tell everyone you know.
Other than that, let's find someone to... I think Daniel may... Let me check to see if Daniel found us someone to raid. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, I did. Oh. I can start it.
Oh, is Soma? Is that who we're raiding?
Yeah, I can start it.
Okay, go ahead and start our raid for us, Daniel. Other than that, we will see you all next Monday for more Fate's End. Thank you guys so much, and let's raid.
Bye-bye.